Honorable Director of Research, sir, is requested to kindly accord the permission for conduct of the
2 बजे तक तो ना वेबिनार में है. ओके, कुछ कॉल हो तो इन्फॉर्मेशन ले लेना. ओके, कुछ गेस्ट हो तो मुझे फोन करके भेजना है.
Honorable Director of Research, sir, kindly accord the permission for starting the virtual session of this course issues, constraints and way forward. Thank you, sir. This is the coordinator's opening remark on the post-harvest management issues, constraints, and way forward. I am presenting it. Konkan region and its importance. Konkan region is the part of the Western Ghat of Maharashtra. Geographically, it is a hilly region with long coastal seashore around 720 kilometers. Major fruit crops of these regions are mango, cashew, the underutilized fruits like jackfruit, and karonda. Major cereals, that is paddy, is being grown in this particular region. Region for millet crops and especially finger millet is highly grown. One of the important biodiversity spots having important species of medicinal and aromatic plants. This particular region is also important source for spice cultivation, rich in marine and fisheries production. To cater the need to reduce the post-harvest losses of various commodities, development of value addition technologies, and to generate the trained human resource in the field of post-harvest management, Government of Maharashtra started PG Institute of Post-Harvest Management at Killa Roha in the year 2010-11. This institute is unique of its kind in the state of Maharashtra as a whole and Konkan region in a particular. If we see in all over country, this is the unique institute established by Government of Maharashtra. Now, this is the multidisciplinary field.
Okay.
Different academic departments like post-harvest management of fruits, vegetables,
25 only.
All crops, post-harvest management of aromatic, plantation, spices and forest crops, post-harvest management of meat, poultry and fish, post-harvest management of food grains and seeds, and post-harvest engineering. These are the academic departments. Two supporting departments are there, that is food hygiene and quality control, and next one, that is marketing management and purpose of organizing this brainstorming session, that is post-harvest management research program, is a multidisciplinary and should have the institutional linkages. A group meeting, it was suggested long back in the ARC meetings of the university, be arranged in the PGIPHM, expert from agriculture universities and other states be invited. Brainstorming session needs to be conducted to have the interaction between the entrepreneurs, industry, farmers and scientists for holistic planning of post-harvest management and value chain management. This was the view of the university authorities, which have brought this kind of virtual session of the brainstorming. Hang झालं क्या? So, the future roadmap of PGIPHM Roha, to decide the future research roadmap, to cater the research need of various departments of PG Institute of Post-Harvest Management, the recommendation which will be received from this brainstorming session will help us prepare a vision document for the next few years of PG Institute of Post Harvest Management. And considering the present situation of COVID-19 pandemic situation in the region, this particular session is being conducted through virtual mode, that is online mode, virtual session. So this particular program comprises the introductory introduction and introductory talk by the Associate Dean PGIPHM, followed by 4 major sessions, that is post-harvest management issues, constraints, and way forward in PHM of fruits, vegetables, and flower crops. The lead speaker for this particular session is respected Vilasji Shinde, who is the visionary planner and having a very optimistic business attitude in the country. And along with, we have the entrepreneurs, that is VS Mahajan. Second session, which is on post-harvest engineering and post-harvest management issues, constraints, and way forward in post-harvest engineering and food grain seeds. So, the renowned person from the academia, Dr. Sanjay Kumar Dash, Dean College of Agriculture, Engineering and Technology, OUAT Bhubaneswar, who will be guiding us as an expert. And along with, we have some industrial stakeholders like Prakash Sawant and 2-3 more experts will be joining with us. Third session will be post-harvest management, constraints and way forwards in the medicinal, aromatic, plantation, spice and forest products. We have the very renowned expert from the Spice Board, that is Nirbal Babu sir, who is the former director of Indian Institute of Spice Research, along with the stakeholder who is the entrepreneur in the essential oil field, that is Ram Harlalika. So fourth session will be addressing in the fisheries and aquaculture, post-harvest management in the fisheries and aquaculture issues, constraints and way forward in the fish processing. We have the Narasimha Murthy sir, principal scientist in the Mumbai Research Center of Central Institute of Fisheries, Vashi, who will be addressing on the post-harvest management in the fisheries and aquaculture issues, constraints and way forward in the fish processing, along with 2 stakeholders, one from aquaculture, that is Raju Bhatkar sir and Sachin Surveji. And apart from this, at the end of the 4th session, we have the plenary session, which will be guiding by the respected directors and Honorable Vice Chancellor sir will be addressing in this particular session. So with this backdrop, today's session will be, today's one-day brainstorming session will be beginning with Associate Deans, Dr. S.B. Patange sir's speech about the Post-Harvest Management Institute backdrop itself. Thank you, sir. Stop sharing. आता शेअर ती बंद करायची कोऑर्डिनेटर सीमा बंद करतो. माझा आवाज बंद झाला काय?
रिकॉर्डिंग करायला रिकॉर्डिंग होते ना.
शेअर स्क्रीन झाली का शेअर?
स्क्रीन करायला
बघ
तुमच्या हे दिसते मला 15 मिनिटं जातील. पीसी दिसते तुमचा
दिसते
पीसी दिसते
केवळ
नाही होते
शेअर झालं.
नाही जाते.
Remove.
It is stop.
Stop share.
Share.
This side.
Full screen. Full screen.
Yes.
This Arabian is good.
Good morning, all of you from the Postgraduate Institute of Post-Harvest Management, Killa Roha. Honorable Vice Chancellor, the President of today's workshop, all the directors of the Balasaheb Sawant Vidyapeeth, the Director of Research, the Director of Extension, and the Director of Instruction. And at the outset, I'm very happy to welcome all the expert speakers, Dr. Sri Vilasji Shinde, Dr. Dash, Dr. Nirmal Babu, and Dr. Narsimha Murthy, who will be delivering their expert lectures in today's workshop on the post-harvest management of issues, constraints, and way forward. And I'm really thankful to them for giving consent, for participating, and for putting in their valuable inputs for shaping this particular workshop. I have now the responsibility for extending you the information about the Postgraduate Institute of Post-Harvest Management. As my colleague Dr. Swami sir just now informed about a brief about the departments and the objective of conducting this particular workshop. This institute, as it was mentioned, was started as a Postgraduate Institute of Post-Harvest Management, ROHA, and was established in 2010-11 by the government of Maharashtra under as a constituent college under Dr. Balasaheb Sawant Krishi Vidyapeeth, and it was sanctioned by the government resolution dated 6 August 2010. The institute was started with an intake capacity of 30 students with 18 plus 12, 18 on the merit quota and 12 on the sponsored quota each year in 5 different disciplines. The post-harvest management and processing are the processing of the different produce with a view to minimize the post-harvest losses was the main objective and of the research work to be carried out by this particular wing of the of this university. With these views, the objectives were framed for functioning of this institute to impart the postgraduate education to students offering MSc, PHM programs, and then to conduct the need-based research on aspects of post-harvest management of different agri, horti, and aquaculture produce, and to undertake extension of the post-harvest technology developed by this institute. As mentioned earlier, we have 7 different departments of this institute, of which 5 are offering the postgraduate programs. The initial 5 programs, 5 departments are offering the MSc PHM programs. These are post-harvest management of fruits, vegetables, and flowers. Then under medicinal aromatic plantation, spices, and forest crops. Then meat, poultry, and fish. Then post-harvest engineering, and then in food grains and seeds. So in all, 18 seats are offered each year for admission to various students who are graduating in different subjects of agricultural science. This is the staff strength sanctioned for the institute, and nearly more than 50% of the staff has been filled in this institute. We have altogether 52 total staff strength of the teaching and non-teaching one, and about 34 has already been filled. This is the space where the institute is presently accommodated in a temporary sheds constructed at the Sheti Shala campus in Roha. and wherein we have established 4 different laboratories as analytical laboratory, drying laboratory, and processing laboratory, and a small institute library is also housed in this temporary sheds. As mentioned here, we have different 5 laboratories established at this particular place. Apart from this, we have resources under the library where MSc thesis that have been offered in this institute so far, periodicals, then SERA access is there for staff and students. This is the present state of the construction of the institute, which is, which will be accommodated in an area of 6.667 hectares. And as per the plan, we have provision for establishing different laboratories in this newly constructed institute building. And also we have provision for auditorium. These are the photographs showing the hostel building that are presently ready for accommodating the students of the institute. And this is the developmental plan for establishing the Postgraduate Institute of Post-Harvest Management. As mentioned earlier, the building construction is already in progress. And apart from this, other facilities like laboratory buildings and then pack house and pre-cooling and then different accommodation facilities are in progress. So far, the institute has produced around 154 students of MSc students from different disciplines, which have been passed out. And these students with different disciplines, and these students have been placed in various sectors. A majority of the students, about 66% of the students, have been placed in the private sector, mainly in the food processing establishments. Coming to the Department of Post-Harvest Management of fruits, vegetables, and flower crops. As we know, this particular department has got tremendous resources available in the Konkan area and in the state of Maharashtra. As far as Maharashtra is concerned, we have fruits in the production figures of 11,728,000 metric tons, vegetables 12,306, plantation crop 361. At the same time, we have meager production data for the flowers also in the state of Maharashtra. And as far as Konkan region is concerned, the production data of the majority of the horticultural crops like mango, we have around 30,000 metric tons, cashew 1,600 metric tons, coconuts is also a major crops of this region, sapota. Vegetables and flowers are not grown to a significant sector here. As far as the processing activities of the departments are concerned, all the major fruits are being utilized for carrying out the studies on the preparation of different products. Mango is being studied for production of canned mango pulp, slices, then ready to serve products. Similarly, cashew apple, sapota, kokum, pineapple, jamun, papaya, jackfruit, karonda, these are being processed to prepare shelf-stable products from them. These are the photographs showing the products prepared by utilizing the various horticultural crops available in the Konkan area. Kokum syrup, then pineapple jelly, mango bar, cashew apple spicy nectars. Certain value-added products are also being studied and prepared in the department from tomato, vegetable products like tomato, then other products from watermelon, muskmelon, bitter gourd, and green chili. Then the research projects that are undertaken in this project are development of low-cost ripening chamber, development of cashew apple spicy nectar, carrot peda, jamun amla blended nectar, and effect of pre-treatments on the chemicals for improving the post-harvest life of flowers like jasmine. So these are some of the highlights of the research project that have been already carried out under this department. So far, 135 postgraduate students have already been offered, have been passed out from this department. The details of major equipments and machinery available under this department is shown here, and important equipments like texture analyzer, spectrophotometer, viscosity meter, centrifuge, muffled furnace, then spray dryers, calipers, onless shredders, and homogenizers. These are the important equipments are available for carrying out the research for students and the staff in this department. This department has also succeeded in filing certain patents which have already been published. A patent on development of process for preparation of instant kokum RTS mix, and secondly, the development of process for preparation of kokum beverage dip bag, which are ready to use products and can be commercialized. And these are the patents have been published, and they will be they are awaiting award from the patent offices. This department will also offering certain training programs. One such highlight is from Malvan's Kokum and Multifruits Processing Association, Chowke Malvan. A training program for nearly 20 entrepreneurs was undertaken for extending the technology of product development. The department's planning for the next 5 years is waste utilization of fruits and vegetables, blended products, underutilized fruits, then post-harvest treatments and storage of fruits and vegetables and flower crops. And facilities that are proposed in the near future are
scientific document.
Pre-cooling units, cold storages, ripening chamber, canning operations, then cashew processing units, then tea bag filling and sealing unit for ready-to-serve products, and nitrogen and MAP and gas packaging machines. Coming to the Department of Post-Harvest Engineering and Food Grains and Seeds, as we know in the background of the production data that we have for different cereals, fruits and vegetables, milk, meat and poultry, a significant amount of produce, this kind of produce is being done in the state of Maharashtra. We have, but at the same time, when this production data is available, which is quite satisfactory for feeding the hungry people of the Maharashtra. But one such problems that have been encountered is the post-harvest losses in the production of these crops in the state of Maharashtra. So significant among them are the paddy, then mango, then poultry meat, and even fish also. So this is the data showing the post-harvest losses to the tune of around wheat at the rate of 4.93 this is metric ton. Then we have losses under potato, tomato, then inland fish also. Losses in terms of value, if you consider, according to one study, the estimated total volume of losses of these commodities is valued at 92,000 crores. So there is a huge amount of losses due to the post-harvest. I mean, inappropriate practices being followed, and that result in the post-harvest losses. So present state of utilization of resources that if you see under exports and products and different value addition and the byproducts in the state. So there's a lot of value addition is being carried out in dairy products, in fruit products, then in food, and due to food wastages also, which is as I mentioned just now, 92,000 crore rupees. And to enhance the food as well as the process of food products, which is currently stand at 2.3% and 10.69% respectively. So this sector provides the huge opportunity for the employment generation also. If you see the, as far as the production figures are concerned, with reference to produce of the different commodities in the state. So this offers a tremendous opportunities for export in the state. Now, as far as the kharif crops, production of the kharif crops in the Maharashtra is concerned, we have the major crops being produced in the Maharashtra. Rice, jawar, bajra, ragi, maize, and these are some of the food grains, and other products like soybean, then groundnut, sesame, niger seed, sunflowers, and these are the important oil seeds. These are produced on a very large scale in the state of Maharashtra in the kharif crops. And in the rabi crops also we have different important commodities like jawar, wheat, maize, and other cereals. and other seed products like safflower and sunflower, linseed and rapeseed and mustard seed oils. These don't contribute much, but
Dr. Patange, already we are running late behind schedule. तुम्ही एवढं सगळं सविस्तर सांगण्यापेक्षा जे आहे ते highlights पटापट सांगा.
Yes, sir, we will make it faster. These are some of the highlights of the products that are being prepared in the department. These are the facilities available and the products research being carried out in the department. Ongoing projects, this is one project on the preparation of jackfruit chips. These are the equipments and machineries available, significant machineries that are present in the department. The department has also published a patent for making shaped products from paste batter named as Bori. These are the number of students which are placed in different establishments, the training programs offered by the department. And these are the details of the equipments needed or proposed to be purchased in the near future. Coming to the Department of Medicinal and Aromatic Plants, this department deals with the majority of the studies on medicinal, aromatic, spices and plantation crops. As we see here, medicinal aromatic crops in the state of Maharashtra, a significant amount is being produced, including certain spices and the plantation crops. The varieties that are available for different medicinal aromatic plants are Discordia, Chloricea, Stevia, Coleus, then Ashwagandha, Tulsi, like that. Then under spices, we have cardamom, black pepper, ginger, turmeric, chili, and paprika. Coconut, as we see, areca nut, cashew are some of the important plantation crops in the state of Maharashtra. This department has been able to carry out research activities on the processing of turmeric in the farmers of the Raigad, and also for promotion and registration of GI for the Srivardhan areca nut. These are the ongoing research activities, and has successfully completed the geographical indication of the Alibag white onion, and it has been filed for publishing. These are the equipments that are available in this department, and the academic programs offered so far, and only 2 students have passed out from this department. These are the highlights of some of the training programs undertaken by this. Coming to the another major important department of this institute is the meat, poultry and fish. As we know, a large amount of fish products are being exported from the country. At the same time, the production from the fish and shrimps has been gaining importance, mainly due to the aquaculture activities in the state. The estimated marine fish landings earlier were around 3.56 million tons, but in the 2019, due to various cyclonic situations, this production has come down to 2.01 lakh tons. And the major varieties, as we know, clupids, carangids, mackerel, Bombay duck, sardines, and certain other varieties. And from aquaculture, as I told just now, various species are gaining importance, including Vanami shrimps, mud crabs, Indian measure carps, pangasius fish. So year after year, newly added species are being grown for harvesting or for farming activities in the state of Maharashtra. About 15 students have already been produced with the department, and the completed project include the tenderization and preservation of chevon using the betel leaf extract. And ongoing research activities include the development of chicken paya soup powder, then improved methods of drying Bombay duck using the microwave oven. The infrastructure that's available with this department are mainly the equipments like autoclave, oven dryers, ice machine, deep freezer, texture analyzer, and color analyzers. And these are some of the emerging issues in the post-harvest sector of fisheries and aquaculture. And as far as planning of the next 5 to 10 years is concerned, the department proposes for establishing a pre-processing and cold chain laboratory, packaging, preservation and storage of fresh and raw products, value addition and different low-cost resources of fish, post-harvest technology for utilization of fish process waste, and starting of academic programs leading to award of the PhD. So this is some of the present activities and the future plans of the various departments of this institute. Thank you very much for your patient hearing. I think we can now move on to the session 1, that is the post-harvest management of fruits, vegetables, and flower crops. I request my colleague, Dr. Redekar sir, to kindly coordinate this session, please.
अलग माझं नाव अलग आहे.
शिंदे आले, विलास शिंदे आणि महाजन. विलास शिंदे आले. तुम्ही आपण करा सर बोलताना.
So, good morning, everybody, and I welcome all.
Stop sharing.
So, good morning, everybody, and I welcome all the dignitaries, stakeholders, scientists, students, faculty members for this first session of the today's meet on the post-harvest management of fruit, vegetables, and flowers, the issues, the constraints, and the way forward. So, as per the schedule, first we'll have the stakeholders view, followed by the lecture by our guest, respected Mr. Vilas Shinde sir, and thereafter we'll have these interactive discussion. So, the purpose of this session, purpose of the brainstorm session that has been discussed earlier by our organizing secretary. So here the number of stakeholders, they also have joined the today's meet, and among all of them, the Mr. Vinayak Mahajan, he is a senior fruit processor as far as Konkan region is concerned, and Mr. Vinayak Mahajan, he has established company Mahajan Beverages in the year 1993, and I think he is the first person, or he is the pioneer in introducing these fruit-based carbonated beverages, that is kokum soda, in Maharashtra. So the carbonated kokum beverage that is very much popular in Konkan region, not only Konkan region but also in Maharashtra. So Mr. Vinay Mahajan is with us. So now I request Mr. Vinay Mahajan to share his views on the very fruit processing and process management of fruits and vegetables. So Mr. Vinay Mahajan, please join.
अगर तो भी 2 ईयर का कर दिया तो अभी हो जाएगा ना, नहीं तो फिर अगले साल.
विनायक महाजन.
दूसरे नाम नहीं, मोबाइल
Yes, Mr.
तुम्ही बोला सर. बोला महाजन, तुम्ही बोला आवाज करा.
विनायक महाजन सर, आपण जॉईन झालाय का? महाजन सर, प्लीज.
महाजन काका आलेत का बघा, ते तिकडून फार्मरनं जॉईन होणार, त्यांना फोन करून बघा.
हा करतायत सर, फोन करतायत. आले असेल तर जॉईन करू सुरू करा ना, तोपर्यंत त्याला सुरू करून द्या.
So let us our chief guest, respected Mr. Vilas Shinde, has joined now. So Mr. Vilas Shinde, he is the chairman and managing director of the Sahyadri farms, Nashik. And after completion of the post-graduation, Mr. Vilas Shinde, he has started viticulture on 2 acres and began exporting these quality grapes to the European countries. But later on, he has established one Sahyadri Farmers Producing Company in the year 2011, and which is one of the most successful ventures that has been managed by more than 8,000 farmer members with the capital base of rupees 52 crores. So for the successful, for the spectacular progress that he made through the group farming, the Mr. Respected Vilas Shinde has awarded the most prestigious award of the Agro One Smart Farmer Award during the year 2018. And Mr. Vilas Shinde, he has the great expertise in the field of post-service management, and also he has created the post-service facilities such as cold storages, pack houses, then also the warehouses, the ripening chambers, and also fruit processing line in Nashik. So with this brief introduction, now I request our chief guest, our guest lecturer, respected Mr. Vilas Shinde, to deliver his talk on the topic, the post-service management of fruit, vegetables, and flowers, the present issues, the constraints, and the way forward. Yes, Shinde sir, please share your screen.
Good morning to all of you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me properly, sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank you, all of you, for inviting me here and giving this opportunity to share my experiences and also views on post-service management of fruit and vegetable. Can you see the screen, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Visible.
Okay. So actually, topic given to me is post-service management of fruit and vegetables and flowers. But I will speak to specific activity, pack house activity, as we know that in India, fruit and vegetable is the largest commodity grown in India by farmers, which is more than grain now. But and also we have the huge opportunity to sell in fresh form all the fruit and vegetables in India itself because of the big market size. So I will focus on specifically on the fresh fruit and vegetable handling instead of handling all the fruit and vegetable in integrated post-service way. We know the basic challenges of Indian agriculture. This is the common factor for all the crops, but specifically to the fruit and vegetables. If you compare with countries like US or Brazil or China, we have the basic issue like low productivity. In a lot of crops, this is a big issue. Then unemployment, which is a main issue becoming in the rural area. There is a lot of manpower who is expecting the employment in rural area itself, but they are not getting the sufficient employment throughout the year, and also that employment quality is not good. So that is also one big issue which is related to the agriculture. There is subsistence farming. Our farming is mainly dependent on rainfall, and monsoon is a critical factor in our overall farming. Farmers still use the traditional inputs. Modern inputs, which like whether it is a farmers related issues, technologies or inputs on overall post-service management side, so these are very rarely used. And all overall these challenges, small holding is the biggest challenge. Almost 85% of our farmers are having just 1 hectare land or below that. So that is a big challenge in horticulture sector, as these commodities are highly perishable. And in these commodities, when we are talking about the overall management of the crop, this is not possible at a small farmers level. So because of that, huge fruit and vegetables are got lost at the production level itself and also at post-service level. So the basic overall challenges are related to the small and marginal farmers, their overall performance, how we can solve their challenges. So I think on this line, we need to think in integrated way. And with this thought, I will focus on specific cold chain and post-service management, this issue. We know that as a small farmer, he's having always challenges to connect with the market. There are very limited opportunities for these small farmers, though market size is big as a whether it is a domestic market or as a global market. But farmer is not connected directly with the market. There are at least 7 to 8 layers in between farmer and consumer in domestic market, also in overseas market. And so that's why then the information from the market is not coming direct to the farmer. So that is the one big challenge. Because of the small scale, to create the infrastructure at farm level, and also for the farm production level, and also for that post-service level, it's very challenging. And so we'll see that throughout the India, there is a huge gap on the post-service infrastructure side. We don't have the cold chain in the fruit and vegetable sector, and that's why almost 30 to 40% fruit and vegetable got wasted after production also. The lack of proper agro-advisory services is one big challenge, as a farmer is not having the entrepreneur mind, and he's also not connected directly with the universities or with any the organized structure, and that's why the right to get the right advice at right time is a big issue with these small farmers. And as I already said, there's a multiple intermediaries, almost 7 to 8 layers. So because of this layer, continuous exploitation is happening by the monopolistic stakeholders. So if you want to make the farming profitable for this small farmer, we need to understand that we have to make all the value chain efficient, whether it is at production level, at post-service level, and also at marketing level. So the complete ecosystem, complete value chain, or in post-service, the complete cold chain is, I think, becoming the crucial factor if you want to make fruit and vegetable farming sustainable and profitable. So basic thought is to create the scale. If we will create the proper scale at farming level, and with that scale, then we can manage the back-end issues like creating the efficiency on production side, on the creating the quality standards as per the global market, also input related challenges, agro services. All that is possible because of the collectiveness, and also the post-harvest issues that also we can solve with the proper linking of the farmers in a particular scale. So at least 2,000 acre scale, it will create at production level with the proper farmer collective, whether it is in the form of a farmer producer company or a cooperative or any other format. Then it's definitely easy to create the proper infrastructure, and also to create the proper post-harvest management structure for this scale. So I think that is a crucial factor to bring the to create a farmer collective is, I think, one major challenge while setting up the cold chains. Then post-service manpower, the skilled manpower at post-service is also one big issue. In India, we have not focused on supplying the talent for the post-harvest industry, particularly in fruit and vegetable industry, and that's why there is a huge gap. The people having the skill to handle the fruit and vegetable in efficient manner. So I think on that line also we need to focus. Then the commitment from farmer. Farmer, basically the mindset of the farmer is a big issue in India. We don't have the farmer's entrepreneur mind. Farmer is always the typical farmer is always dependent upon the government, and is always trying to expect the solution from the outside agencies, whether it is government or universities or any other corporate structure. So I think the entrepreneur mind of the farmer is the one important issue. Then the overall infrastructure, the quality infrastructure to handle the produce in efficient manner in the form of in the fresh farm and also in process farm. That is a big gap in overall cold chain infrastructure. Then training in pre-cooling, grading, sorting, or packaging, all these cold chain aspect, there also we need to focus in big way. And packaging technology is also one crucial factor while setting up the cold chains in fruit and vegetable sector. So currently, if you see, there are tremendous losses happening in fruit and vegetable sector. Only in Maharashtra, if you see, more than 5,000 crore amount we are just wasting in because of the lack of post-harvest structures in horticulture field. And throughout the country, the figure is more than 50,000 crore. So I think is a tremendous economical loss to overall our state economy and also to the country's economy. So cold chain, to create the efficient cold chain is the single most important factor to reduce the overall losses. Cold chain doesn't mean that only pre-cooling or only cold storage. It means the complete integrated cold chain supply chain. So whether it is at handling the product at the field level, also then the proper post-service infrastructure, and then the proper logistics supply chain up to the distribution center and then up to retail point. So I think the complete integrated cold chain, this is the most important factor. Currently, we know that cold chain is a very big factor in India. So also our main challenge, limited packaging and all the packaging systems. There also we need to focus. So pack house capacities, which we have built in last few years period, product. So more pack houses and packaging plants are needed. Then the overall the literature and also the supporting extension material to producer, then the intermediate and market operators, that is also missing. Government is focusing on the infrastructure investment, but still we need to have more investment in rural area for creating the proper infrastructure in the form of roads, then refer vehicles, then power, also the market infrastructure, and also the pack house infrastructure. So these are some numbers, crop specific numbers also you can see here. But overall 4,500, around 4,500 crores losses we are making only in Maharashtra from the first 10 horticulture crops, which are the prominent crops in Maharashtra. So this number is a very big number as compared to our overall agriculture economy, which is around 2,50,000 crore. So we are wasting around just 2% from the 10 crops because of the lack of the post-harvest infrastructure. So the solution, as I said, so complete integrated solution to think from seed to plate, I think is a crucial factor. So we need to understand that all the problems are interlinked, whether it is at production level problems or post-harvest related problems or market related problems. So all are interconnected and interconnected with the clear understanding that the farming is not a profit-making activity for small and marginal farmers. So if we want to make it a profit-making, so we need to solve all the problems in between the seed to plate journey. So the productivity improvement, quality improvement at production level, then we can reduce the cost of production, and then along with the proper insurance finance solution, and then post-harvest, efficient post-harvest management with proper infrastructure and connecting with the direct marketing. So all are actually interconnected problems. When we are talking about post-harvest management, we need to understand that the back-end problems at the field and also that market-related issues, all also we need to address properly. So the modern pack house, actually, if you see the concept, from field to the actual market, so everything is considered while designing the proper pack house. So basically, the field-related challenges that the quality product is a crucial factor while reducing the post-harvest losses. So how we can improve the quality with better shelf life. So I think that factor we need to understand while designing the overall post-harvest structure design. And also then once the product comes from the field, then from receiving to up to dispatch. So how the product is handling proper way, we can minimize the losses, and also with the proper understanding of the product nature. I think the design, proper design of post-service infrastructure is possible. So basic the factors which we have in post-service package design: the receiving, cleaning, sorting, grading, weighing, packaging, pre-cooling, post-storage, and the dispatch. These are the common things. But product to product, I think we need to change the layout and also the overall process. So this is the standard layout of any pack house infrastructure. The field, the first thing that the pack house should be in the vicinity of the near vicinity of the cultivation area. How we can reduce the distance from the field to the pack house. How we can reduce the time from harvesting pack house. I think that is the one crucial factor while selecting the pack house the locations. And then once the fruit or vegetable is harvested, then how within a minimum time how it can reach to the pack house with the proper the vehicles, and also without having any mechanical damage during the transit. That also need to consider. In the early morning, all the fruit and vegetable harvesting should be done. So the early morning's temperature, so the cool temperature that should be maintained then throughout the complete processing pack house. So normally in pack house, the dispatch area, and after that the holding area is always considered as a temperature and humidity control area. And then the main packing area is also having the temperature and humidity control systems. And then the product actually after packing grading, it goes to the pre-cooling, and then at pre-cooling we try to maintain the temperature at best possible condition, so we can get the maximum shelf life. And then the continuous the product is maintained at the same temperature in cold storage and also during the transit period. This is a picture from the Sahyadri's pack house. You can see the grading packing lines and the handling of the product in, for the consumer packing. As we know that pre-cooling is the heart of the post-service management in fruit and vegetable. So this is the crucial factor for the good temperature management of fruit and vegetable after harvest. So as fast as how we can do the pre-cooling after harvest, I think that is directly connected with the shelf life of the product. In grapes, we normally say that 1 hour delaying pre-cooling means you are losing the 1 day shelf life. So that is the crucial importance of the pre-cooling in overall fruit vegetable management. So the pre-cooling, how we can do within the minimum time. So that should be the focus while designing the pack house. And for that, then the if we do the pre-cooling after packing, so then there will not be any further handling of the product. So after harvest, immediately the product should be go in the proper grading packing system, and then the packed product, if it is going to the pre-cooling, that will be the ideal condition. But if the product is not near in the nearby vicinity and it is coming from the long distance, in that case maybe we can go for the pre-cooling after harvest, and then after pre-cooling, then product can go to the actual packaging and grading system. So in pre-cooling, as we know that temperature and humidity both are crucial factors. We need to understand that every product is having different temperature and humidity requirement based on the product's character or product's nature. So accordingly, we should have the proper design of the temperature and humidity along with the time factor. So the common pre-cooling methods which we are using in fresh fruit and vegetable are air cooling, hydro cooling, forced air cooling, vacuum pre-cooling. The air cooling and hydro cooling are actually, as you can say now, it is outdated technologies, and because the air cooling and air cooling is same like cold storage cooling. Hydrocooling is specifically for few products like sweet corn and few products where there is no damage because of the water. But the most commonly pre-cooling methods are now forced air cooling and vacuum pre-cooling, which is specifically used for the products having the larger shelf, larger areas or like leafy vegetables. So the forced air cooling, in forced air cooling, we see the conventional methods. Here, cold air is forced through the stack product, and it allows more rapid heat removal, but it causes dehydration of the fresh produce. So the right design, right actual the optimatic air quality, and then the temperature humidity. That is, I think, a crucial factor. So in conventional system, there are some basic issues. The temperature difference between the internal and external face of the pallet is a big issue. Most of the time, we see the difference is more than 5 degrees also. And so in that case, if the product is having specific temperature requirement, like in pomegranate, if the temperature requirement is 5 degree, so if the variation is from 5 degree to 10 degree or from 5 degree to 0 degree, in both cases, we'll have the issue on the further shelf life, because if the temperature goes below certain particular temperature, so in that case, chilling injury can become an issue in some part of the batch, and if the temperature is high in some part of the batch, then you will not get the proper shelf life. So the complete batch should have the equal temperature within the certain period of time. So that is not actually possible in conventional system. Then close up extracting point, high suction pressure versus close to door, less suction pressure. So this is also while maintaining proper temperature, we always see this issue. Then and this actually results into the more dehydration of the product. Pre-cooling time also increases by almost by 6 to 8 hours. So to overall this actually to conventional system, now reversible or dual discharge cooling systems. In this system, individual pallet by pallet also get properly pre-cooled. Extraction by the floor and double entry. Because of this, the air movement is throughout the complete batch is uniform, and you will get the proper humidity throughout the batch. Temperature cooling time is also reduced by almost by 50%. So within 3 hours, we can get the proper efficient pre-cooling. This is the actual diagram of the dual discharge pre-cooling system. So in this case, the evaporator is actually kept on the ceiling, and the air is on the side. So, from the every pallet or from the every box, actually air is continuously moving with the equal pressure, and that's why we can get the equal temperature throughout the batch in all the corners of the batch. So both way air can move in reversible or in one way. Both air can move. So this is the actual picture of the forced air cooling system. Vacuum pre-cooling, as we know, this is the rapid evaporating cooling system, and this system is actually specifically used for the products like leafy vegetables, where surface area is high, and this is actually fastest pre-cooling system. And in this system, actually the product is pre-cooled by having the vacuum pressure system. Pre-cooling time we can reduce by more than almost by 20% time. Around 20 to 25 minutes pre-cooling time is sufficient for having the 3 hours batch. Average cooling rate is actually around 0.5 degrees centigrade per minute, 60 times faster than slow air cooling. Uniform and rapid cooling can be achieved for an individual food body and package of foods. So in vacuum cooling, also one advantage is that the energy cost is the lowest per unit of the cool product compared to with air cooling and hydro cooler. But the capital investment in vacuum pre-cooling is high, so that is a disadvantage of this system. In cold storage, which is also after pre-cooling, is actually the next important factor. We need to consider following design parameters: condensation, defrost and doors, air circulation and flow system, whether it is a macro circulation or micro circulation, and then the cold air. So also FIFO is important, first in, first out. The material movement is also important key factor while designing the cold storage. In cold storage, normally temperature is maintained at a particular entry point. So after pre-cooling, product comes in the cold storage, and we have to maintain the same temperature throughout the storage life. So the cold storage it depends upon the air movement, how the air is moving throughout the system, and also the door opening and ambient temperature. So on that basis, purification load is worked out. So normally the staking lines should be as short as possible in order to facilitate the first in, first out movement. And evaporator can be opposite or sucking from the bottom and blowing from the sides. So the on the top, if on the ceiling, if the evaporator is placed, the movement can be pumped throughout the cold room. Cold storage design at Sahyadri's campus in Mumbai. That is also an important factor. While from the cold storage to the marketplace, to the distribution center, or to the any retail point, proper cold chain actual logistic facility, this is also a crucial factor. So once the product gets pre-cooled, after that there should not be any break within the cold chain. If there is an issue in the cold chain, then the product gets spoiled in a faster way. So I think this is actually the crucial thing which you need to understand while reducing the post-service factor, that pre-cooling, cold storage and logistics all are interconnected. We should not have any breakage in the cold chain. That Sahyadri, we took this approach that for the sustainable livelihood of for the farmer, we have to focus on all these four pillars, that the at the field level, crop quality and productivity improvement, creating the world-class infrastructure in the form of from material receiving to the grading, packing, pre-cooling, cold storage, dispatch, logistics, and along with that, we should have the proper management skill. So for that, the continuous improvement manpower level that is continually happening, and should be handling both farm, fresh and processed farm. Instead of just having the fresh lines, we should have also value-added infrastructure in the same. Because if I want to add value for the fresh market, so the product's nature which is coming from the field, whether it is A grade, B grade, C grade, all need to be handled in an efficient manner. So along with the fresh infrastructure, fresh fruit and vegetable infrastructure, we have also process lines. So the 100% produce coming from the field is handling efficient manner. And along with that, the food safety and quality for the consumer is also need to be equally important. I think along with the fresh handling, we know that though there is a huge market for fresh fruit and vegetable containing abroad, but every product is not suitable for the fresh marketing. So that additional whatever the value we can extract from the available quality, for that then the processing or the value addition is also required in the form of a frozen IQ facility. In frozen, we can go by 3 different ways, whether it is the individual quick freezing system or blast freezing system and plate freezing system. So based on the product's nature, we should have the all these 3 options in one place if it is an integrated facility. Aseptic processing is also one big option, specifically in the fruits like mangoes, then guavas, papaya, tomatoes, and other products like citrus. This dehydration is also one way to handle the product in efficient manner. So I think, as I said, farm to plate approach, which is actually a crucial factor for overall fruit and vegetable management, is I think is the important thing. And everybody knows that Sahyadri has focused on creating the complete integrated value chain for fruit and vegetables in last 10 years. So this is a specific model of Sahyadri, where all these individual fruit and vegetable farmers, they came together in the form of self-help group, and then the self-help groups are then converted into farmer producer companies. Field collection centers are established at different self-help groups or farmer producer companies level, and this field collection center plus some basic primary activities like grading or packaging that is happening at the field level, and then all these products are coming to the center processing center, where we have the common infrastructure like the pre-coolings, cold storages, then the further high value grading packing lines. Then along with that, the processing lines like frozen facilities in the form of IQF, blast freezing, vacuum pre-cooling. Then the aseptic packaging system specifically for some pulps, mango pulp or tomato. And then dehydration lines. All are created in the common infrastructure along with the farm support services. And then the product is then transported to the domestic market and also to the export market with the proper cold chain. And with this approach now, we are now in position to improve our farmers' income at least by 30%. And we are now in position to save almost 20 to 25% our fruit and vegetable loss in last 10 years. So in overall process, I think traceability is also a crucial factor when we are talking about the food chain, also the food service management. How can track the complete food chain? That is also a factor, and this will become possible because of the digital interventions, because the digitalization of the complete activity from the farm, from the pack house, and to the retail. So digitalization, I think, is a key factor now. So the complete integration of the post-service infrastructure along with the proper digitalization, where we can track the complete food journey. I think we will be in position to save our fruit and vegetable losses as per the country's expectation. You can see a few pictures of some post-service activities. These are some packaging lines. Then IQF freezing lines. I will also share some pictures, additional pictures. So can you see the pictures?
Oh yes, yes.
Okay. So you can see some activities for handling the grapes, then some leafy vegetable handling, banana ripening chambers. then the retail packaging lines, then some processing lines like mango drinks or some tomato ketchup lines. Then these are the aseptic tomato processing lines where tomato is converted into tomato paste. So I think the integrated approach is the only way for saving our post-harvest losses, and also to add the value to the farmer's income by proper integration of production and post-harvest marketing, all these three different channels. Thank you. So if there is any questions, I think now we are open for the question.
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir, for your excellent presentation, and you have nicely elaborated why the backhouse procedures are required. And sir, actually huge post-harvest losses, that is a major issue nowadays, and lack of post infrastructure facilities, that is one of the reasons for, as you mentioned in your presentation, it is the reason for the huge post-harvest losses. So the pack house, that is the only solution, is also one of the solutions to reduce the post-harvest losses. And you have elaborated on the need of the modern pack house along with these major pack house operations to be carried out, how to carry out all the major pack house operations like the pre-cooling and how to manage the cold storage chain. That is very essential for reducing the post-harvest losses. So thank you very much, sir. Please stay with us because again we'll have the interactive discussion with our stakeholders, and also we have the stakeholders' view. Mr. Mahajan will be sharing his views. So please stay with us.
Okay.
Mahajan. Mr. Mahajan, please join. Mr. Mahajan. Vinayak Mahajan. Mr. Vinayak Mahajan. आपण जॉईन झालाय का?
अनम्यूट करा भाऊ जरा. म्यूट नाही ना? विनायक त्यांना अनम्यूट करा. मोबाईल त्यांचा काय म्हणतात? गॅलेक्सी नाही, तो नाही, तो याचा आहे प्रकाश सावंत. M1 काय करे? M1 गॅलेक्सी नाही, M1 ना अनम्यूट करा. केलीस आता बोला.
मिस्टर विनायक महाजन, प्लीज शेअर युअर व्ह्यूज. आपले काय विचार असतील तर ते आपण मांडावे असं मी तुम्हाला विनंती करतो. हॅलो मिस्टर.
नमस्कार, ऐकायला येतंय का?
हा येते बोला सर.
चालेल. सर्व गुरुजनांना प्रथम नमस्कार.
नमस्कार
सर, धन्यवाद
आणि संधी दिल्याबद्दल आभार. कोविडच्या नंतरच्या या जगामध्ये योग्य वेळेला आपण हे ब्रेन स्टॉर्मिंग सेशन घेताय, त्याचा खूप फायदा होईल असं मला वाटतं. माझ्या अनुभवावरनं काही गोष्टी मी इथे मांडू इच्छितो. माझ्या मते आता फार मोठ्या गोष्टी करण्याची आवश्यकता राहिलेली नाहीये. नवीन जी संसाधनं आपल्याला उपलब्ध आहेत आणि आत्ताचा जो ट्रेंड आहे तो बघताना ऑनलाईन ट्रेडिंग हे माझ्या मते फ्युचरचं एक मोठा प्लॅटफॉर्म आहे आणि त्याच्यासाठी फार मोठ्या कंपन्या असण्याची गरज वाटत नाही. कारण बऱ्याचशा वेळेला मोठ्या कंपन्या करताना मोठे प्रॉब्लेम्स पण आपण क्रिएट करत असतो. त्यामुळे एक धोरण म्हणून ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टींकडे आपण नीट बघणं गरजेचं आहे. अमेरिकेतले काही आकडे मागे वाचनात आले होते, त्याप्रमाणे तिथे 20% प्रोसेस फूड फेकून दिलं जातं आणि 25 ते 28% हार्वेस्टच होत नाही. ही तिथली स्थिती आहे. हे ज्याच्याकडे बघून आपण चालतोय तिथली ऍक्च्युअल स्थिती अशी आहे. तर ह्या सगळ्या ह्याच्यामध्ये गेले काही वर्ष तालुका हा विषय घेऊन आणि त्याप्रमाणे मी काम करतोय आणि काही गोष्टी पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट टेक्नॉलॉजीशी जोडलेले आहेत. त्याचप्रमाणे बॅकएंड साठी पण त्याच्यामध्ये विचार करणं गरजेचं आहे. टेक्नॉलॉजी आणि पुढचं धोरण ठरवताना माझं असं म्हणणं आहे की फ्रेश फूड साठी एक 50 किलोमीटरच्या रेडियस मध्ये जर आपण डेव्हलप केला आणि प्रत्येक शहराला 50 किलोमीटरच्या परिघामध्ये रेडियस मध्ये तिथनं जी चेन डेव्हलप केली आपण, तर त्याच्यासाठी फार मोठी पॅक हाऊस आणि याची गरज लागणार नाही. त्याचप्रमाणे 50 ते 100 या रेडियस मध्ये जर आपण असं जर आपण ठरवलं त्याच्यासाठी सुद्धा लागणार नाही. दुसरं आणि पोल्युशन ह्याचा विचार गरजेचं आहे. हे पॅकिंग आणि त्याच्या झालं. पण त्याचबरोबर आता कोकणासाठी जर आपण विचार केला तर आंबा हे आपलं मोठं पीक आहे. पण आंब्या बागेमध्ये आपण दुसरं कुठलंच पीक घेत नाही. वर्षभरात फक्त एकच पीक घेतो आणि त्या दृष्टीने आम्ही कसावाचा प्रयत्न करतोय. आपल्याकडे कसावा खूप चांगलं होतं आणि त्याच्यापासून साबुदाणा होऊन तालुक्याची गरज भागेल एवढंच छोटं युनिट की ज्याच्यामुळे ट्रान्सपोर्टेशन आता सगळी इकॉनॉमी आपली जी आहे ती बेस्ड आहे. आपण इकडून तिकडे सगळं पाठवतो आणि तिकडून इकडे आणतो. तर दापोलीचा जो अभ्यास मी केला 10 टनापेक्षा भाजी 200 किलोमीटर वरनं येते. आता ही माझ्या दृष्टीने आमच्या शेतकऱ्यांची अपॉर्च्युनिटी आहे आणि ती त्या दृष्टीने मी काम करतोय. टेक्नॉलॉजी किंवा पुढचं विजन ठरवताना या सगळ्या गोष्टी विचार करणं गरजेचं आहे असं मला वाटतं. दुसरं आपल्याकडे इन्स्टिट्यूट आहेत, आपल्याकडे इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर आहे, एस्पेशली लॅबोरेटरीजचं. एक म्हणून उद्योजक म्हणून माझे जे काही प्रॉब्लेम्स असतील, रिसर्चचं काम असतील, त्याचं आता काही आपलं इंटिग्रेशन होत नाहीये. या इनबिल्ट कॅपॅसिटीज आहेत त्या लोकल याच्यासाठी वापरल्या जाव्यात. त्याच्यासाठी योग्य तयार काय असेल ती सिस्टीम बसवावी. आता कसं होतंय की मला पाण्याचं पोटेबल वॉटरचं सर्टिफिकेट हवं आहे, मला पुण्याहून आणावं लागतं. आता दापोलीमध्ये इन्स्टिट्यूट आहे, गव्हर्नमेंट इन्स्टिट्यूट आहे. तुमच्याकडनं फी घ्या, आमच्याकडनं फुकट नको आहे आम्हाला. तर ते इथे अवेलेबल करा ना. तर मला काही प्रयोग करायचे. मगाशी सरांनी जे सांगितलं कोकम सोडा 93 साली मी पेटंट केलेलं आहे. आता ते ओपन झाली गोष्टी. पण अशा प्रकारचे कितीतरी प्रोडक्ट्स आपल्या इथे आपण तयार करू शकतो जे आपले स्पेशालिटी म्हणून असेल आणि मग ते बाहेर विकायचा आपण प्रयत्न करू. आपण आणायचा त्यासाठी ट्रान्सपोर्ट कॉस्ट हा सगळा विचार विजन म्हणून जर बघायचा असेल तर या दृष्टीने विचार अत्यंत गरजेचा आहे. तर आता जे पीजी कॉलेज आहे ऍक्च्युली आमची डिमांड होती आम्हाला डिप्लोमा होल्डर्स पाहिजेत. जसं रिसर्च पाहिजे तसं प्रोडक्शन साठी चार्जंट पण पाहिजेत आम्हाला. आता एखादं प्रोडक्ट मी डेव्हलप केलं तर रेग्युलर प्रोडक्शन मध्ये आणण्यासाठी पर्सनल नाही येत ना आमच्याकडे, तर तेही करणं गरजेचं आहे. अशा प्रकारे आता मी सांगितलं असं की आम्हाला साबुदाणा करायचा आहे पण नाही मिळत आहे आम्हाला काही त्याच्यातनं. कारण जो आंब्याच्या बागेमध्ये मी साबुदाणा सहजी म्हणजे सहजी घेऊ शकतो हे खूप इंटिग्रेटेड विचार करावा लागेल. कसावाला पांढरा चिक आहे, माझ्या मते त्याच्यामध्ये फॉस्फेट्स आहेत ते आपल्याला आंब्याला पुढे फॉलेज उपयोगी पडणार आहे. असं इंटिग्रेटेड करून आंब्याच्या बाबतीत सांगतो तुम्हाला, आपला लेट सीझन आहे, आपल्याकडे उशिरा आंबा होतो, ते लवकर येण्यासाठी जसे प्रयत्न केलेले आहेत तसा असा विचार करता येईल का आपल्याला पेरी स्टेज मध्ये काही आंबे काढली एप्रिल मध्येच की जे जून मध्ये पिकाला जाणार आहे आणि मग त्याचं प्रोसेसिंग वरती मी जर काम केलं तर मला पैसे मिळतील ना चांगले. अशा प्रकारे इंटिग्रेटेड व्हायचा असेल त्याच्यातनं सांगितलं असं की केवळ कुठली तरी मॉडेल्स फॉलो करून हे प्रश्न सुटणार नाहीत, त्याच्यावरती इन डीप करावं लागेल आणि त्याच्यासाठी अशा वेबिनार्सची खूप आवश्यकता आहे. खूप चांगला उपयोग आज आपण वेबिनारचा करतो आणि सांगितलं असं की पोस्ट कोविड मध्ये सगळी गोष्ट बदलणार आहेत, आता बदलायला सुरुवात झाली. मी माझ्या कुडाळ्यासारख्या छोट्या गावात बसून सुद्धा जगभर कुठलीही वस्तू विकू शकतो. ही आता पॉसिबिलिटीज तयार झालेली आहे. ती माझी स्पेशालिटी डेव्हलप करू शकतो. मे बी 100 किलो बनवलं तरी सुद्धा मला गिराईक सहजी मिळू शकतो. आणि B2B मॅन्युफॅक्चर टू कन्झ्युमर हे डायरेक्ट लिंकेज आता खूप सोपं झालंय. तर त्या दृष्टीने फ्युचरिस्टिक जर विचार करायचा असेल तर आपल्याला त्या दृष्टीने विचार करावा लागेल असं मला वाटतं. तसंच दुसरा एक आस्पेक्ट याच्यामध्ये असा आहे, जेव्हा आपण मँगो प्रोसेसिंग म्हणतो, मँगो प्रोसेसिंग मध्ये 50% भाग आपण फेकून देतो. आपण त्याच्यावर काही काम केलेलं नाही, मातीवरती काही काम केलेलं नाही, मातीवरती काही काम केलेलं नाही. त्याच्यावर काम होणं गरजेचं आहे. काजू म्हणतो दुसरा, काजूचे 25 ते 28% दर मिळतो फक्त. आपण फेकून देतो, त्याचं म्हणावं तसं काही त्याच्या पुढे प्रोसेसिंग होत नाही. त्याच्यावरही काम करण्याची आवश्यकता आहे. एखादं पीक घेतल्यानंतर त्याची संपूर्णपणे हे घेणं, काळजी घेणं हे मला आवश्यक वाटतं. आणि त्याच्यासाठी एक बेसिक अप्रोच जर आपण ठेवला, आणि त्यासाठी आता एक ओघाने आले म्हणून सांगतो, आम्ही आता इथे दापोली ग्रामोदय फार्मर्स प्रोड्युसर कंपनी म्हणून फ्लोट केलेली आहे. की त्याचा आमचं जे फोकस आहे तो पहिलं दापोली आहे. दापोलीमध्ये लागणाऱ्या वस्तू, आणि गेले मला वाटतं 20-25 वर्ष मी याच्यात काम करतोय. आता आम्ही 7% पर्यंत फ्रेश व्हेजिटेबल मध्ये दापोलीच्या मार्केटच्या आलेलो आहोत. आणि तरी सुद्धा 200 शेतकरी आज आमचे कॉन्टॅक्ट मध्ये आहेत. 10 टनाची गरज आहे, काही पटीने आम्हाला वाढवायचं आहे. तर ह्याच्यासाठी टेक्नॉलॉजी आणि ह्याच्यासाठी पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट किंवा जे काही सिस्टीम्स आहेत ह्याच्यावरती विचार होणं गरजेचं आहे. आणि ह्याच्यामुळे गावातली लोक गावात राहण्याची, आता माझ्याकडे 10 ते 20 तरुण शेतीत राहिलेले मी तुम्हाला दाखवू शकतो. आणि जे म्हणतात की हे भाजी विकून आम्ही इथे खुश आहोत. अशा प्रकारचे मॉडेल आपल्याला काही विचार करता येईल का? नुसतं हाय एंडला जाऊन काही होणार नाही. सांगितलं असं की आता काजू बोंड किती फुकट जातं त्याची आकडेवारी तुमच्याकडे असेल. माझ्या मते बीच्या 5 पट आहे वजन. आता त्याच्यामध्ये शुगर पर्सेंटेज 11% आहे माझ्या मते. ऊसाच्या रसातही तेवढंच आहे, पण आपण त्याच्यापासून साखर किंवा काही बनवत नाही हो. आता त्याच्यामध्ये असलेली काही केमिकल्स अशी आहेत की तुमचं वजन रिड्यूस करायला उपयोगी पडतात. त्याच्यामध्ये असलेले फायबर्स आहेत ते डायटरी फायबर्स आहेत. आपण काही काम केलेलं नाही त्याच्यावरती. करायला पाहिजे. आणि मोठी युनिट नकोत आम्हाला छोटी युनिट हवी. आणि ती जर इंटिग्रेट केली तर त्याचा जास्त चांगला उपयोग होईल. गावागावामध्ये एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट होईल. जेव्हा मोठी एखादी इन्स्टिट्यूट किंवा मोठं सेटअप करतात त्यावेळेला त्या ठिकाणी यायला आजूबाजूच्या गावातनं लोक लागतात. आणि सगळेच प्रॉब्लेम्स, म्हणजे तुमचं वेस्ट आहे त्याचा प्रॉब्लेम, हँडलिंगचा प्रॉब्लेम वाढत जातो, असे सगळे प्रॉब्लेम. आणि दुसरं, पॅकहाऊस वगैरे खूप चांगल्या कल्पना आहेत, पण या पॅकहाऊस मध्ये तुम्ही पॅकिंगसाठी प्लास्टिकच वापरताय परत. म्हणजे प्लास्टिकचा यूज वाढवायचा प्रयत्न करतोय का आपण या सगळ्या ह्याच्यामध्ये? असंही याच्यामध्ये विचार करणं गरजेचं आहे असं मला वाटतं. अशा बऱ्याच गोष्टी आहेत मी सांगू शकेन, पण एक व्ह्यू तुम्हाला द्यायचा माझा प्रयत्न होता की असा आपण विचार करूया की प्रत्येक गाव, आम्ही त्याच्यावर काम करतोय, प्रत्येक गाव जर ट्रेड सरप्लस झालं तर अविकसित ग्राम असं राहणार नाही. आणि गावामधले लोक बाहेर जाणार नाही. गावच्या गरजा आम्ही गावात भागवत नाही आहोत. ह्याचप्रमाणे समजा एक तालुक्याचं मॉडेल माझे असा अपील आहे. आणि मला माहिती आहे की सर खूप पॉझिटिव्ह आहेत या सगळ्या ह्याच्यामध्ये. ते ऐकत असतील की तालुका दापोली साठी एक आपण मॉडेल विचार करूया का? तुम्ही सगळ्यांनी याच्यामध्ये मदत कराल का? की दापोली मधनं आपण काय दापोलीतली जे स्पेशालिटी आहे तेवढ्याच बाहेर पाठवू. परचेस आपण कमी करूया. दापोलीत काय काय पिकू शकतं ते दापोलीत विकूया आधी. प्रकारचा काही विचार आपण ह्या सगळ्या पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट मध्ये आणि या सगळ्या ह्याच्यामध्ये आपण करू शकतो का? धन्यवाद. प्रश्न असेल तर अवश्य विचारा.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir, Mr. Vinayak Mahajan, sir, for sharing your views. and you have mentioned that research on the waste utilization of this cashew, apple, mango, that is very much essential, that needs to be strengthened. So we'll definitely focus on the use of the cashew apples as a dietary fiber. We'll work on it. Okay. So now let us have the interactive discussion. So any question? Any stakeholder who want to speak from the participants? Our stakeholder, Mr. Vinayak Mahajan, is also with us. He is also ready to discuss with you. Yes, Mr.
बोला प्लीज.
हाँ बोला, किशोर गाणे प्लीज बोला.
जरा मोठ्याने बोला.
रिक्वेस्ट करा सर, अनम्यूट करून बोला.
मिस्टर किशोर गहाणे बोला, आपल्याला काय बोलायचंय, काय विचार मांडायचे तर आपण बोलू शकता. किशोर गहाणे.
आवाज पोहोचत नाही. काही चॅट मध्ये आले ते मेसेज.
दुसरं सांगू कळलं. दुसरं सांगू
चॅट मेसेज
माशांच्या काढणीनंतर
येस मिस्टर राहुल जोशी. राहुल जोशी आहेत का?
चॅट मध्ये बघा सर. चॅट मेसेजेस मध्ये.
हॅलो.
हा बोला.
हॅलो राहुल जोशी.
हॅलो.
हा बोला. हॅलो बोला.
नेटवर्क इश्यू. नेटवर्कचा इश्यू आहे, त्यामुळे
आपला आवाज ऐकू येतोय.
आवाज ऐकू येतोय, बोला. हॅलो. हॅलो मिस्टर चुरी. चुरी आहेत का? चिकू प्रोसेसर बोर्डी. राहुल जोशी.
नमस्कार, मी भोग चुरी, चिकू पार्लर मधनं बोलतोय, बोर्डी.
हा बोला.
हा प्रेझेंटेशन सगळ्यांचे व्ह्यूज कळले त्याच्या, आणि हे सगळं तुम्ही अरेंज केलं त्याबद्दल धन्यवाद तुमचं. मला फक्त एवढंच, म्हणजे आता चिकू प्रोसेसिंग, म्हणजे चिकू पार्लर मध्ये आम्ही विविध खाद्यपदार्थ बनवतो जे चिकू पासून बनवलेले आहेत, आणि जवळपास 25 फूड आयटम्स आहेत आमचे, जे टोटली चिकू पासून बनवतो आम्ही. 10 प्रकारच्या मिठाया आहेत, मिल्कशेक पावडर आहे, कुल्फी, आईस्क्रीम्स वगैरे आहेत. सो आता म्हणजे मेन आम्ही पावडर पासून ह्या गोष्टी बनवतो, चिकूला सुकवून पावडर पासून ह्या गोष्टी बनवतो. सो त्याचं डिहायड्रेशन प्रोसेस आता आम्ही आमच्या इथेच म्हणजे फॅक्टरीमध्ये काही एक्सपेरिमेंट करून डिहायड्रेशन प्रोसेस केलेले, सन ड्राईंग आणि एअर ड्राईंग. पण आता जे लेटेस्ट टेक्नॉलॉजी आहेत, जसं शिंदे सरांनी पण सांगितलं की व्हॅक्युम आणि फ्रीज ड्राईंग प्लस व्हॅक्युम ड्राईंग अशा पद्धतीने करायचं. तर प्लांट्स ते फार महाग आहेत, म्हणजे जर स्वतः घ्यायला गेलं तर. सो त्याच्यामध्ये कसं गव्हर्नमेंट कडनं किंवा तुमच्याकडनं काय मदत होऊ शकते का? म्हणजे व्हॅक्युम चेंबर आम्हाला मेन म्हणजे डेव्हलप करून पाहिजे की जो डिहायड्रेशन साठी उपयोगात येऊ शकतो. व्हॅक्युम डिहायड्रेशन, त्याबद्दल विचारायचं.
व्हॅक्युम डिहायड्रेशन करता येऊ शकेल चिकू मध्ये पण, फक्त त्यासाठी इन्व्हेस्टमेंट थोडी तुम्हाला हे करावी लागेल, आणि गव्हर्नमेंटच्या काही योजना आहेत का त्याचं मात्र आपल्याला ते पाहावं लागेल. करता येऊ शकेल.
हॅलो. हॅलो.
हॅलो.
हॅलो. हा नमस्कार सर.
हा गरांडे सर, प्लीज बोला.
सर मी गरांडे बोलतोय.
हा बोला सर.
सर का नाही आता जे चोरी साहेबांनी बोलले की आपला ड्राइंग करता येतं, तर कन्व्हेन्शनल ड्राइंग जर गेलं तर त्याचं कसं होतं, ऑलरेडी शुगर इज रिच इन शुगर्स सपोर्ट त्यामुळे ड्राइंग केलं की त्याचं ब्राउनिंग आणि तो कलर ऍक्सेप्टन्स कमी होतो. तर त्याच्यामध्ये जर आपण फ्री ड्राइंग जर टेक्निक वापरलं, फ्री ड्राइंग, तर आम्ही कोल्हापूरला असताना थोडासा ट्राय केला होता फ्री ड्राइंगचा. एक फ्री ड्राइंगचं एक युनिट चालू होतं कोल्हापूरमध्ये, गजानन गोंगाणे म्हणून आहेत. हॅलो. हा चुरी साहेब.
हा सर बोल. हा सर बोल.
चुरी साहेब. हा तर गजानन गोंगाणे म्हणून एक ते युनिट चालू होतात, फ्री ड्राइंगचं युनिट आहे त्यांचं. तर युनिट तसं फार मोठं नाही, तर त्याची किंमत एक 65 लाखापर्यंत किंमत आहे त्याची. तर मी त्याच्यामध्ये काय केलं, बनाना ड्राइंग केलं, नंतर जॅकफ्रूट ड्राइंग केलं, नंतर मँगो स्लायसेस ड्राइंग केलं, फिश ड्राइंग, इव्हन त्याची कस्टर्ड ॲपल पावडर फ्री ड्राइंग करून बघितली आम्ही. तर त्याच्यामध्ये फार चांगला रिझल्ट. आपण कस्टर्ड ॲपल मध्ये पर्टिक्युलरली आता तुमच्या कोकणामध्ये कस्टर्ड ॲपलचं काय तसं एवढं होत नाही, पण इकडे वेस्टर्न घाट आणि इकडे बघितलं तर कस्टर्ड ॲपल पावडर फार चांगलं आहे. आणि त्याच्यामध्ये श्याम गट्टाने म्हणून ह्याचे कस्टर्ड ॲपल ग्रोअरचे प्रेसिडेंट आहेत, तर त्यांचं माझ्याकडे इंटरॅक्शन झालं होतं. तर त्यांना मी त्या आपल्या कोल्हापूरच्या ड्राइंग युनिटमध्ये, म्हणजे गजानन गोंगाण्यांच्या युनिटमध्ये मी ती पावडर ड्राय केली. म्हणजे असं जसं आपण जे मग कस्टर्ड ॲपलचा पल्प काढला आणि असा ड्राय केला आणि फक्त नुसतं ट्रे मध्ये ड्राय केला, अशा हल्लो आयाच्या पाकळ्यात तुम्हाला हे होतात. आणि त्याच्यामध्ये काय होते की जर आपण फ्री ड्राइंग वगैरे जर दुसरं ड्राइंग केलं, कन्व्हेन्शनल ड्राइंग कस्टर्ड ॲपलचं, तर त्याचा बिटरनेस वाढतो. म्हणजे त्याचे इतके बिटरनेस वाढला की ऍक्सेप्टन्स कमी होऊन जातो मार्केटमध्ये. तर त्याचं आम्ही फार चांगला रिझल्ट चांगले मिळाले मला, की तसं जर आपण फ्री ड्राइंग जर कमर्शियली जर हे करता आलं, तर कपल्ड विथ व्हॅक्यूम ड्राइंग. कारण फ्री ड्राइंग केलं तर तुम्हाला व्हॅक्यूम पॅकिंग करावं लागतं, त्याशिवाय तुम्ही तर फ्री ड्राइंग करणार आणि कन्व्हेन्शनल पॅकिंग करणार, त्याच्यामध्ये ते कसं लगेच मॉइश्चर ऍब्सॉर्ब होतं आणि असं घट्ट होऊन जातं. तर तसं जर केलं तर फ्री ड्राइंग तुम्हाला मी हे करेन. इव्हन मी बागलकोटला एकदा एक्झामला गेलो, त्यावेळी देखील त्यांचं छोटं युनिट आहे, पण तसं आपल्याला जर एखादं युनिट हे करता आलं तर चांगलं होईल. म्हणजे फ्री ड्राइंग इव्हन आपण जे रसना पावडर वगैरे मिळते की नाही, तसे आपल्याला रेडी टू ड्रिंक, म्हणजे इन्स्टंट 2 चमचे पावडर टाकायचे, पाणी टाकायचे, रेडी पिण्यासाठी उपलब्ध. अशा ह्याच्यामध्ये आपला फ्रूट ज्यूस बेस्ट, अशा ज्या पावडर जर काही करता आल्या, आणि तसं जर आम्ही थोडंसं राहुरीमध्ये काम सुरू केलं होतं, पण माझ्या बऱ्याच ठिकाणी बदल्या झाल्यामुळे ती मला डिस्कंटिन्यू करावं लागलं काम, पण तसं करता येऊ शकतं आपल्याला. तर चिकूमध्ये फार चांगलं पोटेन्शियल आहे. चिकूमध्ये मी आता बरेचसे 1-2-4 थेसिस देखील मी नवसारीचा, इव्हन बागलकोटचे थेसिस, प्रोसेसिंग मधले थेसिस चिकूच्या, तर त्याच्यामध्ये ते चांगल्यापैकी मला हे करता आलं होतं. तर तसं चांगलं आहे तुमचं. वाटलं तर तुमच्या याला जर व्हिजिट करता आले आम्हाला कधी, तर तिकडे निश्चित हे करेन मी. आणि फ्री ड्राइंग जे तुम्ही म्हणताय का नाही, तर तुम्हाला श्याम हे गजानन गोंगाणे यांची तुम्हाला वाटल्यास मी भेट घालता येते का बघू, त्यांच्याशी काही कोलॅबोरेशन करून आपल्याला काही करता येते का बघू, पर्टिक्युलर फ्री ड्राइंगचं. फार चांगला अतिशय उत्कृष्ट प्रोडक्ट होतो फ्री ड्राइंग केल्यानंतर.
फ्रीज ड्राइंग मध्ये म्हणजे आम्ही पण करून बघितलं, चांगला आउटपुट चांगला आहे. फक्त एक प्रॉब्लेम असा आहे की 1000 रुपये किलोचा रेट येतो तिकडे. त्याचं म्हणजे प्राइस जास्त आहे आणि मग ते मार्केटमध्ये प्रॉब्लेम होतो. मार्केटमध्ये विकू कसं असं होतं.
म्हणजे तुम्ही 1000 रुपयाची जर ही विकायला लागला किलोला, तर ती मार्केटमध्ये त्याला लोक हे जर बघतातच नाही, इकॉनॉमिकली बघतातच, त्यामुळे त्याची कॉस्ट वाढते. कारण 65 लाख रुपये ते छोटे युनिट आहे त्यांचं, त्याची 65 लाख रुपये किंमत आहे. तर तसं आपल्याला काही म्हणजे जर करता आलं तर, म्हणजे असं एक सोसायटी मार्फत, इंडिव्हिज्युअल तुम्हाला एखाद्या वेळेस शक्य नाही होणार, पण जर एखादी कोऑपरेटिव्ह सोसायटी, जसे आपण साखर कारखाने आहेत की नाही, हॅलो, साखर कारखाने जर असे मोठे उभा राहू शकतात, तर एखादं प्रोसेसिंग युनिट का उभा राहू शकत नाही असं कोऑपरेटिव्ह सोसायटीमध्ये? तसं करता येऊ शकेल जर कोऑपरेटिव्ह सोसायटीमध्ये काढलं तर. हॅलो, थँक्यू सर, थँक्यू. काय लागलं तर परत विचारा, वाटल्यास त्यांच्याशी आपल्याला बोलता येईल गजानन गोंगाणेशी.
हो
चालेल. ओके सर, ओके, थँक्यू.
ओके, अजून कोणाला काही प्रश्न विचारायचे? आपल्याकडे डॉक्टर विष्णू गरांडे सर हे रिनाऊंड पोस्ट टेक्नॉलॉजिस्ट आहेत, MPKV राहुरीमध्ये प्रोफेसर म्हणून काम करतात. ते आज आपल्याकडे जॉईन झाले आहेत. आणि तर आपल्या कोणाला अजून काय क्वेरीज असतील, काय क्वेश्चन असतील, तर आपण त्यांच्याबरोबर शेअर करू शकता. हॅलो, मिस्टर वैद्य, अतुल वैद्य has joined. So now let us end today's session. Okay. So thank you very much. I express my sincere thanks to our expert, respected Mr. Vilas Shinde sir, for giving the nice presentation on the pack house or modern pack house. And I am also very much thankful to our stakeholder, Mr. Vinayak Mahajan, for sharing his views as far as the processing and different aspects of process management is concerned, as well related to the Konkan region that he has shared with us. So I'm very much thankful to him, and I'm also very much thankful to all the dignitaries and all the stakeholders and participants who have participated in today's session on the post-wise management of the fruit, vegetables, and cover crops. Okay. Now I'll request Dr. Swami sir to begin the second session of today's meet.
Hello. 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 Okay, I'm join calling him. Okay, Nitin. Now again. Nitin. Shirsag. नाव दिलं तुला नंबर पण दिला good noon sir, this is the this is the second session for this brainstorming session, that is post harvest management issues, constraint and way forward. Welcome to this particular session. In this particular session we have the basically two views. One is the academia view, that is Dr. Sajaya K. Dash, who is the expert lecturer. Before that, Mr. Prakash Sawant, he is the proprietor for Sagar Engineering Vaskuda. Just brief introduction for the stakeholder. He is the small scale processing machinery manufacturer in this particular region of the Konkan. He has established several food processing machineries related to various fruit crop of the region, that is mango, kokum, jamun and jackfruit. Various small scale grain processing machineries has also been established by Mr. Prakash Sawant. He was also a public private partnership project NAIP partner for the Dr. Balasaheb Krishi Vidyapeeth Dapoli. So with this brief introduction, I want to introduce, I want to request Mr. Prakash Sawant to express his view in this particular brainstorming session. Mr. Prakash Sawant sir, please. Sawant साहेब ऐकू येतं?
नमस्कार.
हां बोला सर.
येते. नमस्कार सर, तुम्हाला नवीन वर्षाच्या सर्वांना शुभेच्छा. सर, आम्ही सागर इंजिनिअरिंग नावाने नवीन ऍग्रिकल्चर फूड प्रोसेसिंग मशिनरी बनवतो. त्यामध्ये नवीन डेव्हलप करत असतो, R&D करत असतो. म्हणजे फार्मरला ज्या लागणाऱ्या किंवा छोट्या बचत गटाला सेल्फ ग्रुपला लागणाऱ्या मशिनरी किंवा छोटा फार्मर किंवा छोटा धंदा 25,000 ते 1.5 लाखापर्यंत या शेतकऱ्यासाठी लागणाऱ्या सर्व प्रकारच्या ऍग्रिकल्चर मशिनरी आणि त्यांना टेक्निकली नॉव पण देतो आम्ही. थोड्या प्रमाणात आमच्या पद्धतीने जे होईल आम्हाला शक्य होईल त्याप्रमाणे आम्ही त्यांना गाईड करतो. आणि आम्हाला आता बऱ्याच कोकम हवे येणाऱ्या पावसामुळे कोकमच्या बऱ्याचशा शेतकऱ्यांचे कोकम वेस्टेज होतात, लॉस होतात. त्याच्यासाठी आपण नवीन R&D करतो, रिसर्च करतो. आता पावसाळ्यामध्ये आलं तर कोकम फुकटच जाणार. त्यासाठी आपण काय करतो, कट करतो आणि शेतकऱ्याला सांगतो कट करा आणि बॉईल करा आणि त्याचा ज्यूस काढा. जेणेकरून तुमचं त्याच्यातून काही लॉस होणार नाहीये. त्यामुळे शेतकऱ्यांना, बऱ्याचशा शेतकऱ्यांना कोकणातल्या सिंधुदुर्ग, रत्नागिरी आणि आपल्या आजूबाजूच्या शेतकऱ्यांना बराचसा फायदा व्हायला लागला. पावसामुळे येणाऱ्या पावसामुळे कोकम हे एकदम नाशिवंत वस्तू आहे. ते एकदम पाऊस आला की दुसऱ्या दिवशी त्यासाठी ते आणायचं, कट करायचं आणि कट केल्यानंतर लगेच ते बॉईल करायचं. त्याच्यासाठी आम्ही कटिंग मशीन बनवलेली आहे. बरेच वर्ष आम्ही आता 25-30 वर्षापासून हे धंदे करतो, छोटे मोठे आणि लहान शेतकऱ्यासाठी बहुतेक सर्व आणि या लोकांना बराचसा फायदा झालेला आहे. आणि कोकमवर आम्ही बरेचसे रिसर्च केले आहे. स्वामीजी सर आहे आमच्याजवळ, आम्ही NLBचा प्रोजेक्ट होता त्यांच्याशी आम्ही बरेचसे कोकमवर रिसर्च केलेले आहे. कोकमवर होणारे स्वामी सरांनी एवढा अनुभव आहे, त्याला कॉन्सन्ट्रेट कसं करायचं, कोकम पासून त्या भूल पासून कसा आगर काढायचा आणि कॉन्सन्ट्रेट कमी जागेमध्ये कसं ते स्टोअर करायचं, असं आगर काढायचं त्याला पुष्कळ जागा लागते. हे स्वामी सरांनी आम्हाला शिकून दिलंय. स्वामी सरांच्या एवढं त्याच्यामध्ये रिसर्च होतं की ते कोकमच्या आगर पासून कसं आम्ही प्लॅन्ट बसवतो, मशिनरी बनवतो. आमचं काय लेटेस्ट टेक्नॉलॉजी, आम्ही काय सायंटिस्ट नाही किंवा डॉक्टर नाही, किंवा स्वामी सरांचे जे गायडन्स किंवा पराग सरांचं गायडन्स, शिडी पवार सरांचं गायडन्स, ठाकूर सरांचं गायडन्स, या लोकांचं सर्वांचं गायडन्स लागलं या शास्त्रज्ञांचं आणि आम्हाला पुष्कळ प्रगती करता आली त्याच्यामुळे. आणि आमचं नाव पण झालं, यांच्याने आम्हाला याच्यामध्ये आणलं, जगामध्ये इतकं मध्ये काय चाललं आहे हे आम्हाला शिकवलं. आमचं काही एवढं नॉलेज नाही किंवा हे नसल्या कारणाने कुठे बाहेर हे करू शकत नाही, पण हे माध्यम आम्हाला दापोली कृषी विद्यापीठाचं मिळालं. त्या माध्यमातून आम्हाला बरीचशी मदत मिळाली. आम्हाला मदत मिळाल्यामुळे आम्ही त्या फार्मर लोकांना हेल्प करू शकतो. येतो पाऊस आणि रसा पडत बरका पडत विचारच नाही. त्याच्यावर प्रोसेस करण्यासाठी पण आम्ही मशिनरी बनवली आहे. आंब्यावर आहे, कोकमवर आहे, जांभूळवर आहे, जॅकफ्रूट आहे, बनानावर, गेटावर आहे, टमाट्यावर आहे. आता आम्ही हळदीवर करतो, म्हणजे लागवड केलेली आहे. त्याच्यासाठी आता आम्ही लेटेस्ट हळदीच्या बऱ्याच मशिनरी हे करत आहेत. ज्यावेळी आम्ही कोकमवर रिसर्च केला त्यावेळी आम्हाला स्वामी सरांनी पुष्कळ मदत केली आणि स्वामी सर, ठाकूर सर आणि सर होते येऊन प्रत्यक्ष बघायचे. आमची इंडस्ट्री छोटीशी शेतकऱ्यांना किंवा फार्मर लोकांना शक्य होईल त्यांच्या एवढ्या मशिनरीची कॉस्ट आहे, फार मोठी मशिनरीची कॉस्ट नाही आहे, जेणेकरून शेतकरी मशिनरी घेऊन ते करू शकतात आणि शेतकऱ्यांना पण फायदा होईल. जेणेकरून आमच्या इथे मशिनरी बनल्यामुळे आमच्या लोकांना रोजगार पण मिळतो, त्यांचा मेंटेनन्स होतो आणि त्या मशिनरी शेतकरी 5-10 वर्ष चालवलेली मशीन आणि इथे रिपेअर करू शकतो, हे त्यांना हेल्प होते आमच्याकडून. आवाज येतो का? हॅलो. आणि या प्रकारे कोकम कॉन्सन्ट्रेट वर केला, मँगोवर केलाय, टमाटोवर केलाय, बनानावर केलाय आणि केळ्यावरच्या RTS DRC ला बाबा ह्याला आम्ही पण मशिनरी दिले. ते बनानावर रिसर्च करतात, त्याला पण आम्ही मशिनरी थोड्या प्रमाणात सप्लाय केलेले आहे. आणि धारवाड आमचे सर्व धारवाड युनिव्हर्सिटी आहे, गोवा आहे, ICR आहे, या सर्वांना आम्ही मशिनरी देतो आणि त्याप्रमाणे मशिनरी उत्पादन करतो. इथे भवितव्यामध्ये सर त्याला जी लागणारी मदत किंवा छोटा फार्मर शेतकरी आला तर त्याला ते फळांचं काय करावं. आता आंबा पिकलेला आहे, त्याला आंब्याचे आता ऐन सीझन मध्ये त्याचा मार्केट नाही, सर्व काही प्रॉब्लेम होत आहे. अशा वेळी काय करायचं तर आम्ही त्याला हेल्प करतो, त्यांचे जे प्रॉडक्ट आहे ते त्याला काढून देतो, आंब्याचं पल्प काढून देतो, डिहायड्रेट कसं करायचं, भाजीपाला खराब होतो, डिहायड्रेट करून कसं वाळवायचं, कसं सुकवायचं, कसे त्याचे हे करायचं, हे मला त्यांच्या स्वामी सराकडून किंवा आपल्या ते दापोली कृषी विद्यापीठाचे सायंटिस्ट आहे, सुदीप पवार वगैरे आहे, त्याच्याकडून यावेळी मला जरा गायडन्स द्यावी लागेल, त्यावेळी त्यांनी आम्हाला हेल्प करावी, हेच आमचा उद्देश आहे, बाकी काही नाही. आम्हाला आता लेटेस्ट टेक्नॉलॉजी आलेली आहे त्यामुळे आम्ही बरेचसे कुठे कमी पडतो. जे क्वालिफाईड नसल्या कारणाने शास्त्रज्ञ आहे, विद्यापीठाकडे आहे, त्यांनी आम्हाला ज्यावेळी आम्ही सेमिनार अटेंड करतो किंवा काय करतो, शेतकरी येतात त्याचे बरेचसे प्रॉब्लेम असतात. एवढीच अपेक्षा आहे की आम्ही त्यांना तुमच्या शास्त्रज्ञानाला ज्यावेळी आम्ही बाळासाहेब कोकण कृषी विद्यापीठाच्या शास्त्रज्ञानाला ज्यावेळी आम्ही बोलवतो त्यावेळी आम्हाला हेल्प करावी किंवा त्यांनी गाईड करावं, एवढ्याच आमच्या अपेक्षा आहेत त्यांच्या. आणि भवितव्यात तुम्हाला काय लागलं रिसर्च थोड्या प्रमाणात तर आम्ही करू शकतो.
ठीक आहे. हा सर, हा बोला.
आणखी सर याच्या व्यतिरिक्त तुम्हाला जे पाहिजे तुमचे आता बीटेकचे विद्यार्थी स्टुडंट येतात आमच्याकडे 4 महिन्यासाठी ट्रेनिंगला येतात. बाळासाहेब कोकण कृषी विद्यापीठाचे बीटेकचे विद्यार्थी येतात, तसेच मोढ्याचे येतात, चिपळूणचे येतात आणि सर्व विद्यार्थी स्टुडंट येतात. त्याला 4 महिन्यासाठी आमच्याकडे आम्ही ट्रेनिंग शिकवतो आणि त्यांना त्यांच्या जे अपेक्षा असतात आमच्याकडे जेवढे पूर्ण करता येईल तेवढे येतो. आणि जे आम्हाला समजत नाही ते तुमच्यासारखे शास्त्रज्ञ येऊन आम्हाला जर गाईड केली असेल करत असाल तर ते एकदम फार उत्तम होईल, एवढीच आमची अपेक्षा आहे तुमच्याकडे.
धन्यवाद प्रकाशजी, तुम्ही हे मोलाचं मार्गदर्शन केलेलं आहे. We will be having the joint collaboration with the university and your food processing machinery unit. Also, you have expressed that dehydration technologies for the various fruits and vegetables must be developed. So we will be doing it in future also, and for the training for the BTech students or our PG students also, we are having the training program. In future, we will have the collaboration with your firm. Thanks a lot for your kind presentation and valuable suggestions in this particular gathering. So another stakeholder we are having, Mr. Parag Shah. Mr. Parag Shah is available? Sir, please, do you have any suggestions for, please?
Put your views.
Kindly put your views, sir. Hello? Yes, sir, please.
Unmute.
Kindly unmute your.
Earphone hai ka?
Sir, please.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, you are audible to us, sir. Please. Kindly give your brief view, sir, please.
Voice nahi aa raha, sir. Voice nahi aa raha.
We are getting your voice, sir.
We are getting you audible, sir. You are audible to us. Please. Sir, you are audible to us, please, sir.
मैं रिजॉइन करता हूँ.
हाँ? Yes, please. Yes, please.
I will rejoin with headphones. I will rejoin with headphones.
Okay, sir. Okay. Dalmill expert.
So for this 7
machinery. किती वेळ लागेल? So another stakeholder we are having, that is Hemant Thakur sir. Hemant Thakur साहेब आहेत का? Hello? So we are not getting the connection with Mr. Parag Shah from Akola. So our next lead speaker, I want to introduce briefly to the lead speaker, and later on we'll see after the connection is rejoins, we will talk to Mr. Parag Shah. So I want to introduce our next speaker, lead speaker, that is Sanjay K. Das sir, who is the lead speaker for this particular session on post-harvest engineering and food grain seed, PHM of food grain seed. Dr. Sanjay Kumar Das, who is the Dean, College of Agriculture, Engineering and Technology, OUAT, Bhubaneswar, who has passed his BTech from OUAT in 1987, followed by ME in Agriculture Engineering in RAU, Bikaner, 1989, and PhD from IRI, New Delhi, 1999. He has been working in Odisha Agriculture University since from 1989 in various capacities. In addition to his present responsibility as Dean, Faculty of Engineering, he is also having the additional charge of Dean Students Welfare in that particular university. Before that, he was the head Department of Processing and Food Engineering at OUAT. Around 6 years he was there. Dr. Das has handled around 8 externally funded projects, including CPI of NAIP project from ICR. He has guided around 3 PhDs and 15 MTech students. His present research includes the value chain management of the perishables, that is innovative food packaging as well as processing. He is having several research publications in the national and international journals. He has also published several books, textbooks, reference books. Also, Professor Das has been a visiting faculty, adjunct professor, resource person to many central and state agriculture universities, ICR institutes, and management institutes. He is a member of many important committees at national and state level, including member of the QRD and PRT for several institutes, member of Board of Studies of Dr. RPCAU and DPUT. He is a member of the editorial board of 4 research journals and referee of many national and international journals. He has visited various countries, that is Israel, Germany, Netherlands, USA and Canada through various fellowship offered by national and international organizations. He has received many awards for his professional contribution, in which Samanta Chandrasekhar Award, which is offered by Government of Odisha, Commendation Medal from Indian Society of Agriculture Engineers, Best Teacher Award of OUAT, and Distinguished Services Award from ISAE in 2006. He has been confirmed with the fellowships of Indian Society of Agriculture Engineers and Institution of Engineers and Professional Engineer status by the Engineering Council of India. So with this brief introduction, he has been working as a Director Processing, Dairy and Food Engineering section of the Indian Society of Agriculture Engineering since 2019. Whenever there is an annual gathering or annual or international workshops are being carried out by ISAE, he is the director for this particular section. With this brief introduction, I would request such a eminent personality in the field of process engineering, Dr. Sanjay K. Das, Professor and Dean. I would request you, sir, to please put your views on this occasion of the brainstorming session in the area of post-harvest engineering and PHM of food grains and seeds. Dr. Sanjay Kumar Das, sir, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the so nice introduction. Am I audible to the whole group?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I will share my screen.
Yeah.
So can you see my screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay. So good morning to everybody. So as I understand, this is a brainstorming session So normally a PowerPoint presentation is not expected in such type of sessions, but because of the insistence of the organizers, I am presenting through the PowerPoint. And once there is a PowerPoint, actually your views are a little bit restricted because you are guided by a few slides. And I think I will also be doing the same thing. I'll be guided by the
Sir,
slides.
it is kept open for you, sir, to put your views, sir. Please.
Thank you so much. Anyway, so as per the title of the presentation, so I'll be discussing a little bit about the challenges and issues, the way forward, and the issues for education, research, and technology transfer. So basically, as you know, I am an academician, but at the same time, I'm also a member of several government committees who have been managing the post-harvest scenario of the state during many situations, including the COVID pandemic, including the natural disasters that face state like Odisha faces several times. So all these things have enriched my experience on the management of post-harvest situations of different crops. And in this particular session, I'll be discussing mostly on the post-harvest management of the food grains and the seeds. So, well, you will all agree with me that now this is the time for increasing the income of the farmers. Increasing the income or increasing the profitability of the farmers has two key roles. One is the minimizing of production and post-production losses, enhancing the profitability, productivity, and resource use efficiency in agriculture, increasing the farm gate prices and value addition. So I think all these eminent people who are sitting in front of me, they will agree that these are the challenges with all of us. And as post-harvest engineers, we have to be very, very careful, very, very operational in these areas. And the perishable commodities also have specific problems, the distorted price structure, and the lack of established cold chain. So these are some of the issues more related to the perishables. Well, so when we are discussing about the post-harvest operations, all of you know that there are two broad aspects of the post-harvest operations. So the first group of operations that we do, that is for the storage of the commodity, that is for the preservation of the commodity. And the second type of activities that we go, that is for the processing and value addition. And when I talk about the processing and value addition, so the primary processing, secondary processing, and tertiary processing, depending on the type of the commodity, depending on the type of the end product, depending on the purchase power of the target group of the consumers. So we have different types of the processing operations. And at each stage, whether you are going for primary processing from the paddy to rice, because I was told that rice is a major crop in the area. When we are going for rice to secondary products like rice flours, etc. And again going for tertiary products like preparation of the flour or converting the flour to extruded products, etc. So you have different types of the activities, and also you will agree that at each stage there is value addition, at each stage there is employment generation, at each stage there is income generation. So this is why actually we are now giving a very clarion call, and the government of India is also thinking very seriously for increasing or doubling the farmers' income. And when we think about the doubling of the farmers' income, the proper post-harvest management, the reduction of the losses, so these are some of the issues which are also getting prime importance. Now, as an academician, or if I talk about the research in the field of post-harvest management, if I talk about the development in the field of post-harvest management, if I talk about the extension activities, outreach activities. So now just see, our priorities have changed. So maybe before 5 or 6 years, we were all talking about reducing the quantitative losses. All of us know that there is some about 5 to 10% losses in the food grains, maybe 20 to 30% losses in the semi-perishables, and even more than that in the case of perishables. So that is what we were talking before 5 years. But now the time has changed. We are talking more also about quality as the quantity. So more security from the nutrition point of view, in addition to the food security, has become the call of the state and the nation. Then the second one, we thought that we have to reduce the post-harvest losses. And when we talked about that, most of our target area was the storage. But now we have to think about everything starting from the field itself until it reaches the dining table. So complete post-harvest management, complete value chain management is very, very important. And all of you know that in a particular chain, if a node is broken, if a link is broken, then that completely spoils the value chain. So that is why it is very, very important to put special emphasis on each individual node, each individual point to have a better benefit from the post-harvest management. Then the next thing, our target was technology promotion. Most of us, we the post-harvest engineers, we were busy in developing the technology. And as you all know, many technologies have been developed in many different state agriculture universities, in national institutes like CIFET, CFTRI, or IIFPT, or NIPTEM, or all those places. But ultimately, how many technologies have gone to the farmers? How many technologies are with the entrepreneurs? So there is somewhere a gap. So just in spite of thinking only about the technology promotion, we have to think about the market systems development. We have to cater to the need of the community. And then we also thought a little bit about the single actor led systems. And now we are thinking about multi-layering systems. I think somebody changed the screen sharing. Administrators, please help me. I have gone out of my screen. So can you see my screen now, sirs?
Sir, again you have to share it, sir.
PPT file you have to share, sir.
Screen share karo.
हाँ.
तुम्ही बोला sir. Who has done that? राणी साधूला बोला तुम्ही.
बंद केलं, काढलं ते का? Remove केलं.
Okay. So I think you can get my screen now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. So I think I'm in this slide. No, some slide. Okay. So this is the slide I was discussing then. So now what I'm trying to say is that it is not only the priority of the government, it is also the priority of the researchers, and it is also the priority of the stakeholders that we have to take care. And all our research dimensions and the dimensions to help the stakeholders should also be reoriented into these lines. And then, now, when I talk about the post-harvest management, I talk about the food processing. So it's basically a target is to provide the commodity to the consumers in the desired form, in the desirable packaging so as to protect the commodity till it reaches the dining table or the fork. In the desirable quantity, there should not be any adulteration in quantity, in the desired quality, and at the same time, all of you also appreciate that the price is also very, very important. So when I talk about the food processing or food product management or post-harvest management, so these are some of the things we have to take every care. So this is the research and development scope in post-harvest management, I can say. So when I talk about the commodities, so first of all, I have to think about the value addition in desired form. So several avenues are there by which I can add value to the commodity, transform the commodity, and prepare a variety of the commodities. But at the same time, huge scope also exists in development of the packaging materials, standardizing the operational parameters of the packaging, standardizing the packaging chain. All those things are also very, very important. Then comes the quantity, and then comes the quality. So when I talk about the quality, so a good opportunity of research exists to maintain the quality of the commodity to a longer period. And subsequently, when I talk about the price is completely related to the energy efficiency, resource efficiency. So our processing technology should be energy efficient. Our processing technology should not require much of the manpower during the processing. So all the input costs as researchers should be reduced so as to get a better economy of the food product. I talk about the primary value addition. Several avenues are there. And I was just listening to one of the entrepreneurs who is also associated with the preparation or manufacturing of the food processing machines. So it is not only the technology where there is a avenue for the employment generation. There is huge scope in a country like India, where the equipment manufacturing also has very good opportunity. And you will be agreeing with me that India really does not have many good manufacturers to cater to the requirement of the food processors. Whether it is puffing, whether it is popping, whether it is plucking. So there are opportunities where there is technology development. Just one example I am giving about rice processing. So all of you know, many modern machines have been developed for value addition of rice. But at the same time, one more thing I can say, there is also enough opportunity for the value addition of the byproducts. There is enough opportunity for the conditioning of the grains. There is enough opportunity for the quality management of the rice. So huge opportunities are there, whether it is the preparation of the raw materials, whether it is during the processing of the raw materials, whether it is during the downscaling of the machines for the use by the small and medium farmers, or whether it is for the value addition of the rice bran and oil. Nowadays, rice bran oil has become a very popular oil in the market. But I think before 10 years, very few people heard about rice bran oil being used for edible purpose. So this is we the people, we the scientists who have developed the technologies for purification of the rice bran for use in our food chain. Many different products can be developed. I am not going to add to the list of the products, but what I'm trying to say is that associated with each product is also there a machine, and with each machine there is a scope for further research and development, not only to increase or decrease the size of the machine, but also to optimize the energy that is being utilized in the machine. One small example I can give you, one jacketed roaster batch type you can see on the extreme left side. So that is a very common roaster which is used for puffing and popping of the grains. But I think at the same time, if you look the photograph very closely, many people in front of me are scientists, so they must be realizing the amount of the heat energy that is being wasted when we process with this machine. So energy wasted, it can be conserved, can also be utilized for better profitability of other applications. So this is how, take any machine, take any equipment. So there is opportunity to increase the cost effectiveness or cost efficiency, and which will ultimately lead to better profitability of the complete system of the chain. Similarly, research and development scope. One more example I am just trying to give, rice flaking process. You'll all be knowing that in case of rice processing, many methods are there. But at the same time also, I warn that many of the methods can be still modified. Many of the methods are still not so efficient in form of energy. Many of the methods are not so efficient in terms of the time consumption. So each individual operation, I repeat, each individual operation can be modified further to have a better and efficient system. Same way, the pulse milling, excellent machines have been developed by Dr. PDKV Akola, Indian Institute of Pulses Research, Kanpur. CLTRI Mysore, and many other places. But at the same time, the conditioning of the pulses is very important, and still now the conditioning of the pulses have to be optimized. Unfortunately, the conditioning process of the pulses will be changing with the variety, with the type of the pulses, and good scope is there for improving the pulse milling machines and the conditioning of the pulses. And this is how the oil system looks like. Without further elaborating, I can say that individual equipment, in addition to maintaining a hygienic environment, modifying the machines in terms of ergonomics, in terms of efficiency, there is also good need that we must think about the proper extraction of the byproducts, which can be further utilized for value addition, for use as food, and as well as for feed. So this is very, very important. Some more list of the value-added products from the pulses and oil seeds, but this list is not complete. So as you know now, this is a technology of hybridization. We are trying to hybridize many processes for increasing the efficiency of the system, and at the same time also we can hybridize the processes. We can hybridize the raw materials to get a variety of the products, and more varieties of the products in the market can also give a better market acceptance, and ultimately the beneficiary will be the consumers. They get a variety of the products in the market at a competitive price. So this is another avenue where we can work on. Same thing, maize and the millets. In this particular slide, I'll be emphasizing on the millets. So many minor millets, starting from the ragi, sorghum, little millet, or small millet, etc. So they are nutritionally very rich products, and they are known as nutri-rich cereals. And unfortunately, in a country like ours, so this is cultivated only in small pockets, and only we can say by the people who cannot afford to irrigate their areas. But at the same time, these are very high valued crops, and now excellent scope is also there for preparation of the value added products from the millets, and at the same time for integrating the millets in our normal food chain to enrich the values of the materials of the food that we are getting. And in a state like Odisha, so we have started a special state millet mission, and the government is taking very bold steps to increase the millet production in the state. And accordingly, I can also proudly say that our university has been supporting the state government in an efficient way. We have developed a millet thresher cum perler, particularly for ragi, which has found excellent market in the state. And at the same time also, many millet products developed by our university, developed by the university, developed by IIMR, Indian Institute of Millet Research at Hyderabad. So they are also being popularized, and now they have started being available in the market. Then one more point actually, which is also very, very important, is the storage. So I think all of you will agree that storage is a very important step in the value chain or the supply chain, where in fact the scientists have very less control, because the scientists, we are sitting in the laboratory, we develop the product. Now that goes to the person who doesn't know ABC of the post-harvest management. And you will see the situations that prevail normally in the storage structures which are been maintained by the big industrial houses of the governments. Let's forget about the small farmers or the small retailers who are. So now small technologies and small tools to monitor the storage parameters, to monitor the moisture content, to monitor the microorganisms in the storage, to monitor the insects, to repel the microorganisms, to repel the insects, or to even dry. So if such type of situations, such type of systems can be developed, I think that can be a boon not only to the farmers, but also to the society. So many developments are there, but ultimately, I think you'll also agree that some technologies are required for improving the storage conditions. Many different parameters affect storage, including the seasonal weather variations and climate change. And when we talk about the storages, particularly in the large godowns, we have to be very, very careful so as to minimize the moisture accumulation during seasonal changes, so as to protect the grain during the adverse weather conditions and during the seasonal weather variations. Now, there is a good scope in utilizing the modified atmosphere packaging in grains or seeds. MAP is a very commonly associated term in the fruits and vegetables. Even we have started using perforation mediated packaging. So many literature and so many machineries also are available for the controlled atmosphere packaging. But for grains, which is normally to be stored in huge quantities, in tons and tons, and particularly for the grains to be used for seed purpose. So several technologies can be developed for modified atmosphere packaging. Ultimately, it's a manipulation of the oxygen and carbon dioxide concentration. Ultimately, it's a manipulation of the respiration rate of the commodity and the availability of the oxygen to microorganisms and insects. So such type of enclosures can be tested in different scales so as to meet the requirement of the farmers to extend the shelf life of the commodity. Some commercially available MAP systems are also available in the country, and it has been very popular in European Union also. But in India, still a lot of scope exists for development and standardization of the modified atmosphere packaging of the grains and seeds. This particular slide, I just wanted to mention. Now, all of you know what happened during COVID. During the month of March and April last year, the farmers could not move. All the hotels were closed. Processing industries were closed. There was no supply chain or value chain for the farmers. There was lack of labor because there was restricted entry even on the roads. So even for the harvesting and post-harvest operations, the labor was not available. And I think you will also appreciate that the grains also will not be waiting for that. So all these things created another opportunity for all of us to learn how to manage the natural disasters, how to manage such extremities if it happens in future. So it's observed, or it was observed, that it's not only the technical knowledge that was lacking. It was mostly the infrastructure and the value chain. So these are some of the things or learnings which we got from COVID, and all these learnings can be directly implemented in the post-harvest management. Alternate post-harvest technologies, value addition of different types of products, co-products, capacity building, etc. So there is a good scope in research, development, and outreach activities. And this particular aspect I'll be emphasizing. Because for the last 50 years or 100 years, whatever you say, mostly our targets were on developing technologies, developing new value-added products, and giving it to the farmer. And also it developed the machines for those things. Process, technology, machine. But at the same time, it is also very, very important that whenever we are recommending a technology and the associated equipment, this is very, very important that this should also be energy efficient. And the energy efficiency can be brought about by measuring the utility costs. What are the utilities? All of you know that the steam, water, whatever it may be. Then planning, targeting, and predicting, and tackling invisible waste. So this is where I want to emphasize. Now there is a need for integrated working of the processing engineers and the post-harvest engineers, along with the electrical engineers, along with the managers who are with the industry, use the inputs in the different food processing machineries and setups. Different types of energy are being utilized, whether it is water, steam, electrical energy, thermal energy, all those things. And I think there is scope for at least reducing 10% energy at each stage or unit operation. So this is what has to be thought about. And if we manage these things, ultimately the real beneficiary will be the entrepreneur or the person of the industry. And ultimately, when the cost is reduced for the input, the output also will be better, and the consumer will be getting the products at a lower price. Some options like the identification of appropriate post-harvest technologies. I can give you an example. For example, in many cases, suppose it's recommended that soaking the commodity at 60 degrees Celsius for 8 hours. I think that can also have a similar effect if I soak the commodity at 70 degrees Celsius for 2 hours. So in that case, if you calculate the total energy requirement or in terms of the saving, you will see that the HT-ST methods always give us a better saving in energy as compared to the low temperature, high time situations. But only thing is that as processing engineers, we have to compare the quality that we are obtaining, and we have to see whether are we compromising on the quality. So this is something. Similarly, suitable use of the electric motors, increased use of the production machines, lighting installations, thermal insulations, so all these things. So these are some of the areas where there is a scope for research and working. Renewable energy is very, very important. So whether it is a rice mill, whether it is a refrigerator, whether it is a pump for supply of the water. So integration of the renewable energy for the food processing industry or the grain processing industry can help us in better appreciation of the benefits of the system. Some biogas, biomass, pyrolysis, these are some of the associated technologies which can also be thought about integrating with the processing machineries and the systems as well as in the value chains. Some examples of the alternate managements. I was talking about the raggy thresher that has been developed by the university, and now it is very popular in the state. So the first one is the machine that we developed, but ultimately when you observe that when the machine is going to places, in many tribal areas there is also problems of electricity. So immediately we developed it in 2 hybrid systems. The first one is the raggy thresher operated by pedals, and the second one is a rotary system. So this is how the technology has to go to the farmers, and the technology has to be adopted by the farmers. So these are 2 things which I like emphasizing. And the photographs from below, they are very common to all of you. The solar water heater, solar pumping system, solar dryers, and I think solar refrigerator also you must be knowing. So these are the systems actually. The solar energy can be very efficiently utilized for value addition, for processing in our normal health. And then I think this should be one of my last slides. Some of the modern research areas. So now the younger generation will be more interested for publications in NAS-rated journals more than 6. So some of the previous things which I told, those are for the researches, for increasing the cost effectiveness of the systems, for more benefit of the consumers as well as the farmers. But at the same time also, we should also develop our expertise in some of the advanced technologies like irradiation, microwave processing, ozone technology, enzymatic processing, fermentation, all these things. So these are novel technologies which are also being developed simultaneously vis-a-vis the traditional systems of developing. So I think each individual scientist, if he's working, should also have little bit his hands into some of these advanced technologies. And ultimately, in the long run, you'll see that these technologies, in addition to the traditional development of the technologies, will give you a little bit of more visibility and recognition. So ultimately, my dear friends, when I talk about post-harvest management, so these are the major components. And as processing engineers, we have to have a proper selection of the methods and equipments to prepare the best quality products and co-products from the raw material. And there should be efficient utilization of the labor, the efficient utilization of the energy. So ultimately, this is the proper management of the whole system and subsequent value chain management, which can make more visibility of the contribution of the people who are working in the post-harvest scenario or post-harvest management. And this is my slogan, which I always give. So PHM is for PHM. Post-harvest management is for combating poverty, hunger, and nutrition. I remember actually there was a national seminar where Honorable Dr. R.B. Singh was chairing, and I was invited to give a lecture. So this is the slogan I gave there when I was a little bit younger. And Dr. R.B. Singh had then appreciated me like anything, and he also in his concluding remarks mentioned about this one. And this slogan is also very close to my heart. So with these words, thank you so much. And if I have anything yet to be explained, I think I am there to answer you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable presentation regarding increasing the farmers' income, value addition, the researchable issues in the value addition technologies, R&D scope, that is desirable forms, packages, qualities, and price. Apart from that, the byproducts and secondary products, these are very important in the present day of the income generation to the farmers. Very new sources you have suggested for us, and with very short period of time, with our request, you have agreed for the presentation. So we are very thankful for you for this very nice presentation, sir. I request the audience from the various corners of the country to have the questions. Participants, the small stakeholders, that is the small scale processors, they have the queries. Please ask it, sir. Anybody is having queries? Any participant is having the query, please? Sir, त्यांचा आवाज येत नाही. Sir, kindly unmute you. Your voice is kindly. You are not audible for us, sir. Please.
I hope I am audible now.
Yeah, sir.
Okay. So there is some system problem, you know.
Yeah. Anybody is having a query, please? Stakeholders, please. हेमंत ठाकूर साहेब आहेत काय? पराग शाह, मिस्टर पराग शाह, प्लीज. सर प्लीज.
हेलो.
हाँ, यस सर, प्लीज.
गुड आफ्टरनून सर.
सर प्लीज बोला.
पराग शाह बोला. हाँ सर. आज का सेशन सही में अच्छा रहा, और इसमें एक नवा कंसेप्ट मिला कि भाई पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट के सामने आपने उसको प्रायोरिटी, हंगर और माल न्यूट्रिशन से जो आपने उसको करके आपने जो प्रेजेंट किया, यानी रियली कि भाई एक मैं तो इतने दिन से काम कर रहा हूँ, फिर भी अच्छा लगा मेरे को कि भाई एक नई चीज जानने मिली.
हाँ सर, आप क्या करते हैं और कैसे है आपका?
मैं दाल मिल मशीनरी बनाता हूँ.
एक्सीलेंट.
आपके कुछ व्यूज बताइए.
आपके कुछ व्यूज बताइए सर, प्लीज.
हाँ सर, मैं तो दाल मिल संबंधी ज्यादा मेरा रहता है, तो दाल मिल को प्रमोट करने में ज्यादा मेरा रहता है, क्योंकि दाल मिल एक ऐसी चीज है कि इसमें यानी उसको डेली मिल जाता है, जो भी उसको यानी जो लाभार्थी बेनिफिशियरी है उसको रोज काम मिल जाता है और रोज ही पैसे मिल जाते हैं.
राइट.
Very nice, sir. Nitin Sirsagar साहब आहेत काय?
But in case of pulse milling also, I think even though I have mentioned already, so Aquila model दाल मिल हो, इंडिया में आजकल तो 3-4 मॉडल्स के दाल मिल है, अच्छे काम कर रहे हैं, छोटे छोटे सेक्टर में भी बहुत पॉपुलर हो गए हैं.
बेसिक कहना है सर, कोई भी दाल मिल लीजिए आप, बेसिक फंडा सेम है उसका, चलाने की प्रोसेस जो है, चलने की जो प्रोसेस है वो अलग हो सकती है, पर दाल बनाने की मेथड तो सेम ही है सभी मशीनों में।
राइट राइट राइट। सो जो 3-4 हैं वो अच्छे चल रहे हैं सब, एंड दे हैव आल्सो बीन पॉपुलर।
यहाँ तो हबी है, हमारा अकोला तो हबी है दाल मिल का। यहाँ पे 250 दाल मिल है जो लार्ज स्केल पे काम कर रही है। मिनिमम इन्वेस्टमेंट 2 करोड़ रुपए का है, ऊपर में 12 और 14 करोड़ की दाल मिल लग गई है यहाँ पे।
राइट राइट।
और दूसरा इनको बेनिफिट ये है जो इतना इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रहे हैं ये लोग, क्योंकि इसमें टाटा बिरला और रिलायंस एंटर नहीं हो पा रहा है। स्पेक्युलेटिव मार्केट, रॉ मटेरियल का मार्केट यूनिफॉर्म नहीं है, और सामने जो चीजें बिकती है वो भी यूनिफॉर्म रेट्स में नहीं बिकती है करके, यानी बड़े मल्टीनेशनल्स नहीं एंटर हो पा रहे। तो अल्टीमेटली जो हम
मैं भी और एक चीज सप्लीमेंट कर सकता हूँ, जैसे कि आप कह रहे हैं अकोला में दाल मिल के कॉन्सेंट्रेशन काफी ज्यादा है, तो ओडिशा में भी जैसे भुवनेश्वर से 30 किलोमीटर दूर खुर्दा नाम का एक जगह है, तो ओडिशा के सब 90% दाल मिल उसी खुर्दा एरिया में भी है।
कटक और खुर्दा में है।
दैट इज ए रेलवे हब। क्या है ना, वहाँ पे रॉ मटेरियल बहुत इजीली आ जाता है, एंड आल्सो द प्रोसेस प्रोडक्ट आल्सो दे कैन आल्सो बी कन्वर्टेड एंड ट्रांसपोर्टेड वेरी इजीली। राइट।
डॉक्टर ठाकुर सर प्लीज।
हाँ।
Dr. N.J. Thakur sir was our associate dean in CIT Dapoli.
I know him, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He will be talking with you.
Dr. Thakur sir, please, you are requested to share your views.
About what research areas or about the presentation?
Anything you feel better, sir.
Actually, what I was feeling, the way we were having brainstorm, I rightly agree with Dr. Dash, because through presentation we can't cover all the things of what we are looking for. But basically, when this is a post-harvest management institute, I saw in the morning also the presentation by Mr. Vilas Shinde also, then Mr. Vinayak Mahajan also, then Sagar Engineering Works. So basically what we have to look, you identify the crops, like you can have the 3 or 4 orbits. First being you are located in the Konkan. So people of the Konkan will ask you first. So the crops, there are so many crops, but which you can handle. So identify those crops. And in those crops, you can go for 3 types of research. One is basic research, because you may need some particular information, for example, storage of kokum. What is the temperature? What is the RH? Somebody else is not going to do the work on it. So basic research. Then applied research, like combination, the way Dr. Das said, you have to do some hybridization. The techniques of both the things you have to use. And then value addition for anything wherever it is scope. For example, kulthi is a very good crop of that area, and they are only making some particular type of a product. So can we go for some hybridization, some combination, multigrain millets and combination of cereals, pulses, so that we can develop good products by using the modern technologies like extrusion cooking or baking. So there are a lot of scope for this PHM. This is one thing. Second thing, the objective of this post-harvest management institute is to make the human resource for different things. And what Mr. Vinayak Mahajan rightly pointed out, we have to have some small diploma or certificate courses where the people can go and work to the industries and they can provide the solutions. So that is also the second area where you have to look. Even if it is not there, you have to include, because that was the objective of this institute. And that's why I'm asking, for any university, there is a vision. For any institute or organization like PHM, you must have your mission, and mission may change from time to time. But for first 5 years, you can decide what you want to do. You can find out the issues of the area, first on the Konkan, then on the state, and third at the national level. And this way, I think you will be able to go with all the 5 different sections, whether it is a food grains, whether it is a fruits and vegetables and flowers, whether it is a medicinal plants and herbals and spices, or whether it is the fish and marine or aquatic products. For all these things, basically, these are the biological material. After the harvesting, whatever possible, you have to provide all those tools, techniques, and human resource. That's what Dr. Swami and Dr. Patange I was thinking to share with you all.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for your valuable suggestion for us, and it will be kept in the vision of this particular institution, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Khandetod, sir, if it is he's there. YP Khandetod, sir. Right? Okay, if there.
And I just want to take the opportunity to congratulate Dr. Dash for a very nice presentation covering almost all the different segments of the post-harvest. Though it was academic, but it is giving all the inputs where we can start or where we can go further. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. He has already given us several areas for the forthcoming future plan. And with this few words, I thank you all for being present in the active mode of in this particular session and given the valuable suggestions for us. So this will be compiled in the vision document of this department and PHM Institute.
So some more time is there.
If anybody wants to have the query, please have the discussion with Professor Dash. Any participants, any stakeholders? Nitin Shirsagar is there? Mr. Nitin Shirsagar? So if there is no query, then we thank you all. With the permission of the chairman, I think this session is closed, concluded, and have some break in this particular session. And after lunch, we will be having the next session, please.
Okay, sir.
At 2:30. Sir,
if I am allowed, then let me thank Dr. Thakur for his so kind and nice words for me, and to all the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share some of my views with all of you.
It is our pleasure, sir.
Sir, thank you so much, sir. It was good to be with all of you.
Thank you, sir.
किती होते आता गावी?
आता ते कोण करणार क्लोज मीटिंग? चला आता किती वाजले? उशीर झाला.
गुड आफ्टरनून सर. मी काय म्हणत होते, एकदा तुम्ही आपला सेशन हे करा तर जॉईन करून बघा. म्हणजे हे नाही ना, लिंक नाही बदलली ना? ओके, ठीक आहे. ठीक आहे, ठीक आहे, ठीक आहे, ठीक आहे सर. हां.
I am audible.
कंप्लीट 3 घंटे दिखा रहा है.
3:30.
साढ़े
अच्छा. हेलो.
3 મિનિટ વાળો કોર્સ વાળો ને અપ્લાય કરેલું તમે?
Hello. Is it okay? Am I audible?
I'm sharing your PPT. I'm sharing your PPT. Please. एक मिनिट
तुला केलं ना सकाळचं ऍडमिट करतो. आधी कोण आहे मॅडम बोला.
हाँ सर सर जॉइन
हे लोक आलेच ना काय केलं हे विषय नाही घेत.
हेलो रमाकांत सर. हेलो गुड आफ्टरनून टू ऑल.
मेरी उधर
ओम शांति. मैंने कहा क्या आवाज कम करो. कुछ बोला क्या आपको मैंने? हम लोग कुछ बोले उसके पहले ही चीखने लगोगे. कोई तरीका नहीं है आपका.
हेलो गुड आफ्टरनून टू Good afternoon. For today's post-harvest management issue, constraints and way forward brainstorming session conducted by Postgraduate Institute of Post-Harvest Management, Killa Roha. Welcome you all participants today joining with us. So we are starting our second session, and this session it is on the post-harvest management of medicinal, aromatic plantation, spices and forest crops. As we know that during recently we have seen in the COVID period that this medicinal plants, they have got immense value in this season for their immunity. They have come up as an immunity booster. And the same time, if you see the use of this essential oil in aromatherapy alone, and plantation crops, we can see that coconut, cashew nut, and other crops are emerging like anything in this there. We have got a large area of forest also there in Maharashtra region. So, being on this program schedule, the first our stakeholder, I call upon Mr. Ramakant Hallalka ji to put on his view. Before his sharing, I want to read out that how Ramakant Hallalka ji has contributed in the field of aromatic crops. In brief, I will introduce you to you all. Like, he is born in 1959 and completed his graduation in chemical engineering from UDCT, now called it as ICT, University of Mumbai, in 1981. Lalka sir started business ventures on medicinal and aromatic crops like citronella, lemongrass, palmarosa cropping. He is a very good entrepreneur, and he has got established firms like Sugandha Enterprises in Goa in 1983, Nishant Aroma in 1990, Sugandhim 2002, CG Herbals Raipur started in 2004, International started in 2007. Sir has contributed a very much important point to be mentioned here about sir's valuable contribution in Konkan essential oils. You know, in nearby Dapoli, there is a very good coastal climate is there, and a lot of land is there. In that, sir has developed a very good farms, and he started his work in 2010 in Dapoli on large scale for a west coast plantation of medicinal and aromatic plants. And sir is so great that he is a member, and his expertise taken by the various organizations like IMAP, FFDC, NABARD, CDS, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Science and Technology. Sir's expertise has been taken up by Government of India, and his valuable suggestion taken for the implantation of ISO panel for natural essential oil in 1994, 1998 and 2016. So, sir, I am highly thankful to you for my short notice. You are given me, you are giving us a valuable guidance today. So, we are eager to listen you, all of us. So please guide us on this session, brainstorming.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Yeah. So it's a pleasure for me to talk with all of you on this opportunity in agriculture, and especially in plantation sectors in aroma crops. We tried here many crops. In 1995, first we tried with Konkan Krishi Vidyapeeth Pacholi plantations at KKV. So based on that, actually in 2010, we purchased the land here in Anjarle, and we started production of Pacholi along with the intercrop of mango and cashew also. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, so you see the Pacholi is such a versatile crop. it can be dried also. And that dried leaves are used for extracting the oil. And then we started plantation of sandalwood in the same area. We have now almost 5 years, 6 years old plantations at the same sites. We have 3 sites in Dapoli districts. One is at Anjarle, second is at Dehan, and third is at Awashi. And now fourth site we are taking at Palavni, where we are trying to plant in maximum place sandalwood in the natural atmosphere with the intercrop of many aromatic crops. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide, please. So you can see this sandalwood, which is growing very easily here, and you can see the growth in 1 year and 1.5 years. This is our site actually from where I am returning back just now from Dehan in Dapoli, which is very near to the Mandangad, and you can see our plantations of sandalwood here. These pictures are a bit old, but you can see now it is grown very well. Next, please. So here you can see the close-up of the sandal trees during the rainy seasons, and you can see the intercrop of lemongrass along with it, where we have done practically in Anjarle and as well as at Awashi, and third Dehan also. All the 3 sites we have planted lemongrass quite well, and this lemongrass is being going on under distillation right now. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So you can see in this slide the seeds of the sandalwood, which becomes the planting material for another new plants to come up, because a lot of birds comes and they sit on the sandalwood trees, they eat these seeds, and wherever they drop these seeds, new saplings comes. Other day when we were moving around the area, we saw a lot of saplings which are growing due to this birds propagations in the nearby area. Almost as many as 3 to 5 kilometers, we can see a lot of sandalwood new saplings are being germinated due to this birds propagations, which are coming on our sandalwood trees, because we planted around thousands of sandalwood trees, which has become the source for the sandalwood saplings in the area. And this can create a lot of sandalwood trees in years to come, because somebody needs to plant all the sandalwood in the area so that this area can become prosper. Next, please. Yes, next, please. Next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, you can see the close-up of the sandal seeds. These seeds are dark brown, dark reddish in color, and these are the tanks actually. In the whole farms, we have created many intermediate tanks to irrigate the sandal trees with the drip irrigations, so that the growth becomes quite fast. Next slide, please. So these water reservoirs are there of 50,000 liters at many intermediate space, so that we can do the drip irrigations all around the area. This is a tank which we have put up in Dehan site, which is having a plantation in about 35 to 40 acres. And yeah, so next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, you can see this lot of saplings are being raised in this area, and we are also planting agarwood trees. You can see the plantation of these agarwood trees in the same area. Initially, we started with sandalwood trees, and now we have planted a lot of agarwood trees also, which comes up very nicely. And this all this making of the lands, as you know, earlier this land was very slopy, so we made a terrain there. With the help of the JCB machines, it's all trees. Next slide, please. Next. Yeah, so here we have planted vetiver. Vetiver also comes up very nicely. And as we have seen that many of the areas in Konkan, they have the almost rocky land actually because of the laterite stones existing over there. So what we did actually, we put little layer of very fertile soil there and then planted vetiver, for which the root doesn't grow vertically, but it grows horizontally. And we can lift up this vetiver trees and harvest the roots and again replant every year. So that way we can generate enough roots, and we are doing still right now also. As I am coming, actually we have replanted some of the vetiver after the monsoon season. Next please, slide please. Next. So evaluation of vetiver root is very important. Next. Yeah, so you see this evaluation of vetiver root is very important. It gives the earthy odor. And when we harvest the roots, we can smell and we can see the very nice odor of the earth. And when we distill the oil from these roots, we get a very beautiful oil of vetiver, which has its earthy odor. And this Konkan soil is quite very interesting actually, because the oil which we are getting from this vetiver root oil, also known as the vada. Vada oil is very much used in the very expensive perfumes. Next, please. Next. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is here you can see the plantation of our champaka trees. These champaka trees are very common in the Konkan, and we have planted the Sundari variety from the Konkan Krishi Vidyapeeth, and that comes up very nicely. So we have 3-tier cropping. On the ground we have vetiver or lemongrass, and in the middle we have got champaka trees, and then as an intercrop we have taken sandalwood and agar. So we will have one immediate income from champaka flowers, and also from the lemongrass distillation and to get the oil from it. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next. So you can see here, this whole area is full of vetiver as well as champaka trees also. And at various places, not only in this area, we have planted lemongrass with this intercropping of tulsi oil also, Osimum basilicum. And now we are going for different genotype of tulsi, because tulsi also comes up very nicely in this area. Next slide, please. Lemongrass is one of the most successful crops in this whole region, And if anybody would like to see the plantation, they can come, and we have the very excellent facility going on at the end. Now, almost 360 days we are working and distilling the oil at our modern plants. So this is lemongrass fresh plantations. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So this nursery which we have done for lemongrass provides us enough planting material, and we take it on the field level. And as a we have also planted that is Tejpata oil also. Tejpata is also used for our many food preparations like pulao and other things. And our cinnamon is very popular from Konkan region. So we have taken again this because it is domesticated, and we got very good results with cinnamon trees. Please. Next slide. So this, you can see the fresh leaves of cinnamon which is coming up, and also the flowering also. So this flowering gets converted into the seeds, and we are raising much more planting material from these seeds also. Next, please. Next slide. Next. So you can see the tender leaf of cinnamon leaf when it emerges. Now here you can see the another Simbopogon variety called Simbopogon nardus. Research Laboratory, Jammu, which is also known as a IIIM, Indian Institute of Integrative Medicine. It is very hardy plant, and I have planted at Dehan site, and it doesn't die actually. So we can harvest the regular grasses from it and distill the oil also from that. Next slide, please. So this is also known as a jamroza. Next slide, please. And these are all having very good market. And another spice crops which is very popular from Konkan is nutmeg actually. In Kerala, it is being raised in a big quantity. So we thought that why should not we plant another crop of nutmeg? And this nutmeg is used for its fresh nuts also, and dried nuts, as well as we distill the oil also from it. So far, so good. We have been importing these oils from Indonesia. Next. Then another tree which we planted in bulk quantity is Eucalyptus citrodora. Eucalyptus citrodora is containing citronellal as an important ingredient. And in the South India, especially Karnataka coastal belt and interior part also, it is very popular, not only for wood but for its leaves also, which when distilled, it gives very good oil called Eucalyptus citrodora oil. And it resembles citronellal oil very much, but it contains more citronellal. So for that reason, we have planted many trees of citrodora, and they have come up so nicely because here the rainfall is quite high in this area, and it retains the water also, and the rooting system is also very strong. Next slide, please. Next. So you can see the Eucalyptus citrodora, and of course citronella also we planted. And then at our Anjarle coast, actually we have kevda trees. These kevda trees are very popular and for its flower. And we also distill the kevda water and kevda oil from these kevda flowers, which grows on as a mangrove kind of crops on the Anjarle region. Even today morning when I visited Krishi temple from our Anjarle site, we could see a lot of kevda trees, but there was no flowering during this time because it comes during the monsoon time, during the Ganesha festival and Navratri festival. Next, please. Next, please. So the mango is very popular. I need not have to speak about it. Konkan Krishi Vidyapeeth have done enough work and lot of varieties are available. We have some few trees over at our site, but another tree which is very popular which can be grown is a bakul, Mimops of Alangai, and we have taken the seeds from our Kadache Ganpati, and these seeds we have converted into the saplings and then planted in our premises, and those are giving us very interesting flowers, which is very, very useful, and it's absolute, it's concrete, and so many products can be made out of it. As a dry flower also, it is used for many Ayurvedic formulations. Next slide, please. Cashew nut is very common. I don't have to speak. Actually, we have some few cashew nut trees, but we don't emphasize too much because that is not our major area. But few of the areas where we have taken the lands, some old trees were there, and also we planted some new trees from the Konkan Krishi Vidyapeeth and Vengura. So they are coming up so nicely, and now it is a flowering time. Next, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. So here the rolling of cashew nut is there. Of course, everybody knows. Then we deputed a lot of people who can clear off the land, and also the water collection is a very big issue in this whole Konkan region. So we digged deep borewell as well as bowdies also, so that we can collect enough water, so that throughout the year we can provide this all trees which we have grown at our site through the drip irrigations. Next, please. Next slide, please. So this is plantations of champaka, cashew, mango, agarwood, and as an intercrop with sandalwood. And this is our distillation unit at our Dehan site. Next slide. Now our new unit has started working at Avashi also. So one that is much more modern unit, and of course this unit is also quite efficient, but it is with the steam distillation. Now we have steam and hydro distillation both together. Next slide, please. Next, please. So this is a traditional way of distilling the oil in the form of attar. This is our QC labs, which you can see in our Nishant Aromas. Our Palghar main factory is there, located in Palghar as well as in Haridwar, where we have got the research as well as quality control, because the GCMS and other things are very essential for very Sida. Yeah, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Mr. Manish, next slide, please. Yeah. Next. Yeah, so this is a blending vessels, and after doing a lot of batches for steam distillation and hydro distillation, we blend the oils together to form the uniformity and to make the commercial lots, so that we can ship it to our valuable clients who are existing not only in India but all over the world. Almost 40 countries we are exporting and doing this business from last 38 years. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next. So thank you very much, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. I'm so sorry, actually I have taken some 5 minutes more, but due to the, my on-way travel, actually we could not able to communicate. If any question is there, I will be very happy to answer it. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank Madam Gargi Shirke, who has been kind enough to give me the opportunity to speak before all of you who are very well learned, and I will also learn from your experience during these sessions.
Thank you so
Thank you
much,
very
sir.
much.
Thank you so much, Ramakant sir. Just be there up to interactive session if some questions are there. So we would like to have your expertise. Thank you so much, sir.
Sure.
Nirmal Babu sir join. So we are proceeding towards our next speaker, sir. His name is Dr. K. Nirmal Babu, former director ICR Indian Institute of Spice Research. I welcome Dr. Nirmal Babu, sir.
Welcome. Thank you, madam.
Sir, first of all, I thank you so much that you accepted our invitation and you are gracing this occasion of brainstorming session with your gracious presence. I just introduce you to our other participants that Dr. K. Nirmal Babu, former director ICR Indian Institute of Spices Research, Kozhikode, retired from the services of Indian Council of Agriculture Research after an illustrious career spanning more than 35 years. Dr. Babu sir is a leading figure in the spice research field. He was also heading the All India Coordinated Research Project on spices since 2012. Right from the start of his career as a scientist, he was associated with Indian Institute of Spice Research. Dr. Nirmal Babu has made significant contribution to genetic resource management, varietal development, and biotechnological applications in spice crops. He was also associated with the development of 12 spice crop varieties and has reported 2 new species. He is pioneered in the development and standardization of micropropagation protocols for 40 spices and aromatic crops. Dr. Babu played a key role in the establishment of the world collection of black pepper germplasm at IISR Kozhikode. He is honored with so many prestigious awards like Jawaharlal Nehru Award and ICR Team Research Award. He has guided 34 research scholars and has more than 300 research publications and so many books on spices and plantation crop. So I welcome you, sir. Please enlighten with knowledge to our and participate in our brainstorming session.
Thank you, Madam Sheke, and my colleagues and respectful participants of this brainstorming session. I'll be uploading my presentation. A minute, please. So good afternoon. As we say, post-harvest technology is an important aspect which is gaining so much importance of late, just because the important part is we produce and we sell. In between, there are various stages. And okay, anyway, and the raw material producers, the processors, and value-added production and marketing. The big money always comes in the latter stage. So if we are to equitably share the profits of any product, any produce, either agriculture or any other, it is that we have to reduce the steps. And from the new concept of late is from selling of raw material to that of selling of value-added product, so that the volume reduces, profit increases. All of us know. And of course, post-harvest processing or post-harvest processes of spices or any other crop, either medicinal plantation or food crops, plays a very, very important role. Essentially, because of our recent awareness or most importantly, because of whatever we are having health issues which are happening. So hygiene and food safety is an important aspect. Spices are no different. We all know the post-harvest processes follows a few processes. They are harvesting, cleaning, grading, drying, and if needed in between, either steam or boiling, again drying, and packing, and that where the raw material stops. Then use those things with respect to its important traits for which each of them are known, and use it for value-added products of extraction of components, I will say, in spices, oils, oleoresins, and flavors, colors, and nutraceutical compounds as it is. So these are the stages where many institutions, all of us, many of us, we all know, because there are two sets of people which we handle. One is small and marginal farmers who doesn't have that kind of money. Another one is corporate offices, big industrial houses who have all the things which are required. So essentially, I'm trying to give some idea about what are all the things which most of us know, but then a few things for our, what we say, the way we want to change the way we think. So I will use spices as an example because that's the crops I know. And what are all the problems by which we needed our attention in the post-harvest processing of quality spice products development in the country and the global scenario. As we know, spices are, in olden days, I think the most valuable, even more valuable than gold, because they give flavor and fragrance to the unwashed humanity. Their antimicrobial properties, it's a food preservative. It gives us a sort of encouragement for whatever we consume. So a sort of not only a flavor, but the digestive, all other processes by which to make the whatever we consume in a much more flavorable way. And finally, of late, it is gaining most importance because especially during last 1 year, spices are talked everywhere and anywhere because of their nutraceutical medicinal properties, or the new word is immunoboosting properties. So please understand, when we are consuming spices to our, in whichever way of life, certainly it should not have poisons. So this spices scenario is like this. I think in agriculture products, in the whole of our country, spices take 4th place in our trade and exports after basmati rice, milk, fisheries, and buffalo meat. Almost last year, we have got about $3 billion trade. Big amount of money. So anything which happens in spices actually improves our quality of life. We are blessed. India is blessed. No other country in the world has the diversity we have. Diversity means either you call it a food color, we have all the colors. You call it a flavor, we have all the flavors. Call it a nutraceutical components and profiles, we have all those things. So we are the richest as far as genetic diversity is concerned. And we have developed improved varieties, almost 120 of them, more than 250 to 300 in the whole of the country, and 120 of them through AICRP spices, specific varieties for specific traits. And among them, of late, the concept is how do we utilize the specific variety for increasing our yields and our earnings. And also the industry requirements, because black pepper is not used as food, it is used for its important components. For example, piperine, which has a bioenhancing property in addition to spice nature. Curcumin, which has, as you know, I need not tell you, everybody knows how curcumin is being used in the present day timings, and ginger. So it is those components which are very, very important. So selection of a specific variety is very, very important when you starting the material in the value chain development. These are some information. And these are all specific varieties. If you want essential oil in ginger, which is the one to use? In cardamom, which is the one to use? If you want nitrate, which one to use? If you want high curcumin, which one to use? Okay. So development of utilization of variety plays a very important role at the end of the day for the value added product which we are trying to develop. Any material is not good enough. We certainly have technologies to ensure, because spices are based on GI, geographical indication. Today, spices trade is dependent upon origins. Where do they grow? Which area it is grown? What are the soil types? What is the climate? What is the water? Water, because we use water not only for irrigation, but also for processing, but also for washing. If the water is not of good quality, and the product will not be good, they will contain high heavy metals, they contain microbials, and it is so important. The water quality, not only in terms of its water content, and also its load, microbial load is so important in spices processing. The origins, the soil in which it grows. If it contains heavy metal, metal will be there in the end product. So these are all issues which are organic. So the organic technologies are there. So instead of using for chemical application of chemical what you say, fertilizers or whatever you call it, and through organic way. We also have the excellent plant protection technologies where we increase our importance in biological control more than chemical control. With all this, we have, in paper, we have everything, but still spices production have, especially spices, because it is money. Spice means money, big money. Spices, I always say, is low in volume, high in value, very high in value. So certainly people expect very high quality in it. So what are the things? Because of the various competitions, which I will be quickly passing through, because we have to compete. We have to compete with many countries, both at competing in supply chain and also in purchase market, trade. So markets are highly unstable. Because India is growing spices for the last maybe few hundred years, if not thousands of years. So the land have degraded, the yields have come down, we have spoiled the environment, labor has become very difficult, and mechanization is picking up very much. That is one solution. And of course, because of these factors, the entire environment in which it grows plays an important role. A sort of a deterioration of intrinsic values have slightly come down, which we are not giving any importance. And of course, pesticide contamination, illegal colorants, aflatoxins, because you don't dry, and water is not clean, salmonella. So food safety standards have been frequently compromised. We do have good agricultural practices for biosafety, and also along with World Spice Organization and many other private agencies, Government of India agencies, we have been working on sustainable spice initiative based on demand and supply. Now, the biggest problem is in the world, who produces best spices at cheapest price? Because that is the market, and it is more working in spices than any other agricultural commodity in this country, because it is not essential except for nutraceutical process. So if the quality is not there, it can be rejected. This table gives you can go through it as it may be made available by the organizers. So these are the countries tomorrow. Especially Southeast Asian countries. For seed spices, we have Mediterranean countries. Yes, China, it is competing with us in everything. They have the, they say that they have the best quality spices. So the point is, they may claim to have best quality spices, but nobody has better quality than India. Only thing is, the quality in terms of intrinsic qualities, we are better, but quality in terms of hygiene and processing, cleaned products, not clean spices. Clean spices are like clean spices. Okay, so this picture gives you where and all at agri input supply, farming, storage, logistic, processing, in all the different stages, which are all the issues which we are affecting us, so that our product at the end doesn't stand to the standards. So our presentation is a sort of trying to give a few important issues, not the machines. Of course, I'll quickly go through, because drying is so many hundreds of machines, is the volume and the timing. That's all which we require doing it. Mechanization, either harvesting or something, same machines are used with slight modifications. We have a few institutions, I think all of you are aware of CIFET, Central Institute of Post-Harvest Technology, Ludhiana, under ICR. We have CIAE, Central Institute of Agricultural Engineering at Bhopal. And we have CFTRI under CSIR, Central Food Technology Research Institute in Mysore. And Indian Institute for Food Processing Technology at Tanjavur. Literally so many, and the entire documents are available, which are all documents are available with mechanization processes, equipments, costs, and where it can be used is already available. So I'm just going to present. Jaysri is my colleague who is an engineer. Mahendra is a turmeric expert from Telangana. Santhamal Selvi is an expert on seed spices as well as turmeric from Tamil Nadu. Sharan Aravind is the person from All India Coordinated Research Project on Spices. So coming back to the idea, this issue is harvesting, cleaning, drying, grading, packing. You know, most of us at a smaller level, at farm gate level, we don't do this sort of drying properly, cleaning properly, drying properly, grading properly. Packing is not much. Product development is almost nil, and marketing. Literally, each of them, we have many equipments which are available. Harvesting, just an example of some crops, is still in many of the spices is made with hand, because cardamom cannot be mechanically harvested. It has to be that ripening, the maturity plays a very important role. So labor intensive program. Nutmeg, you have to harvest it very carefully. So you don't have a mechanism, but you have to use the techniques. Of course, in where the land is straight, where machines can be used, for example, like ginger and turmeric, though it is done in manual harvesting, but mechanized harvesting is now catching up. It is available, but the land should be reasonably big. If it is not there, small farmers cannot be able to use it. So all these grow in touch with soil. So that is the importance. If the soil is not maintained clean and washed, the product will not be clean. This is nutmeg cleaning and processing. What I'm using nutmeg as an example, because the fruit falls in heavy rainy season and touches the soil, and if it is not immediately cleaned, this entire thing starts rotting by the next day. And if you are not quick in cleaning, washing, and drying, aflatoxin is the biggest problem. Nutmeg, we will not be able to use it. It will become powder, and the whole thing is wasted. So cleaning, and not just cleaning in, because as I have seen, most of you would have seen in WhatsApp messages, you know, many people clean in dirty drainage water because nobody is seeing. No, what I am trying to say, attitude of cleanliness and hygiene is the most important thing in spices, because they're very costly. People can't afford to purchase costly items which are unclean. The thrashing, removing the harvesting, separating the fruits. For example, in black pepper, in quite a few, the thrashing is an important. There are many thrashing. These things are cleaning and grading machineries are plenty. They are available. But then where they are available? They are available in the institution, they are available in technologies, and they are not available as a processing unit, which is accessible to even small and marginal farmers. Boiling, the traditional methods, because the water is a limiting factor, we use the same water again and again and again and again with so much of filth, this thing in turmeric. It will be no more like a water, it will be like a lava. So the technologies are available, need not use water, but you can use steam. Today, steam plays very important role in spices or any other things which are highly valuable, because you require small amount of water and it also sterilizes. Solar energy, certainly, these are all the things which we use, solar cookers based on, because in India, we have, this one is most important. For boiling, the use of solar energy, we have no limitation. We have so many technologies which can be utilized and modified based on different crops. Drying is still, this is, for example, turmeric, it is just on the soil, directly on the soil, because there are no facilities available in many places. Drying yards are not there. Where it is not there, polythene sheets, in some case it is used. It is very important here. We want to note, if it is a brainstorming issues, that each district or each this thing, as a governmental policy, there must be sort of a processing units. I think the most important thing is drying yards. When I go to UP and other places and come, they use unused roadsides, both sides of the road, because there is no place where it is an open space where drying yards are not simply available. We should have a sort of a policy where drying yards, just like our playgrounds, must be provided in industrially, agriculturally important regions at least, so that the hygiene is maintained. Otherwise, then a soil is added, soil is full of poison. Okay, and of course, now we have a sort of a polyhouse solar tunnel dryers are now picking up. These are all nutmeg. If at all you have any, even a kitchen or any other place where you use firewood or anything like that, the firewood heat which comes can be utilized for drying up, because nutmeg is very difficult to dry. It is bigger, so is also ginger, because especially from the northeast, they're very bold and big. When they're big, you have to either cut it or you have to open it a little bit in between and then dry it. Otherwise, it takes days and days. And if it is not done properly, then it leads to poisoning or aflatoxins. So we can use this, but then I want to say next most important, in addition to drying yards, please reduce firewood. Because I have seen in India, if you take turmeric, we develop about 2 lakh tons of turmeric, which is used for our making. 2 lakh tons means into 5 is the production. If that much is used firewood, I think very soon we'll cut all our trees. One side we are telling about sustainable agriculture and development. Another side we say we have to develop the tree cover and the forest cover, and our processing technology still depend upon firewood. I have told the Telangana government, if you continue like this, there won't be any tree left, because Telangana produces 1/3 of all turmeric in this country. Maharashtra is also same. So Maharashtra is a major thing, and certainly we should replace firewood with other steam, solar, electric energy. These are all some of the dryers, just for a quick look, mechanical dryers, depending upon, it's a simply common sense, how much time, what is the size, what is the moisture content, to what level you want to bring under the space of the different racks. That's all. These are all solar dryers, which are CPCRI, coconut, all this. It's I think last 20, 30 years, we have been using it. But then it's not used properly. But this particular solar tunnel dryers is very, very important. It can be used from seed spices to even bigger ones. And this system really works while you are protecting not only drying, but also protecting from the microbial load. Okay, blanching, because this particular one I have put it only because of the two issues which we are getting in our processing of spices. One is green color cardamom. Today, the price of cardamom depends upon green color. So two things they are doing to retain the green color. One is they are harvesting immature. If you harvest immature, it will maintain green color on the skin, but after second year, there won't be any seed. It will become powder. Second one is they are adding color. If you add color, after 1 year, the green color of the cardamom fades off, but the color you give will remain as patches. Much of our cardamom, a warning has been given by the Spices Board not to artificially color, but my understanding is it is being done like unscrupulously everywhere. The second one is ginger in the international market want clean look. I will use the word white color. So what they do? They use acid treatment. Okay, so the technologies are available when you do it properly. But if you do it for a quick these things, it will lead to contaminations and poisoning. Please, this should not be done. Polishing, grading, and packing. For all this, we have different equipments for different things. Storage is the most important thing. I think even if we go to, I will not mention the states, some states, even the Food Corporation of India keeps our food grains in open market, open, not even polythene sheet below, simply put with rain, the entire food can go. I think most of us have gone through the Supreme Court judgment, how many tons of food is spoiled. Especially in spices, storing, because it's high value. Anywhere, whether it is spices or any other, storing and in a protected and climate controlled environment is very important. The government of India has a policy of building up storehouses. Many storehouses are built, but I don't know whether I should say those storehouses are taken by corporates for storing their products more than agricultural produce. Packing is a big science. I think this time which is given is not sufficient, but essentially it is to reduce the loss of flavor and accumulation of moisture. That is, these are the two principles by which there are many packing materials are available, and it is very important depending upon who is purchasing. So if these are all some of the innovative things, because earlier we used to boil. Just imagine about 2 lakh tons of turmeric being boiled. How much water, how much time, how much drying. CFTRI has come out with an idea, and scientifically it is proved there is no need of boiling at all if you are using it for any other purpose other than storing. You can simply chip it, you can and in a day, and dry it for another 1 day, and that's all. You are able to get turmeric either to use it as a powder or anything. So a lot of water, because especially turmeric comes into harvest after the monsoon or during either late winter or early summer. There is no water, and instead of doing all this, boiling all those things, this technology, CFTRI, can be approached, and it is wonderful. And their studies indicate that curcumin content seems to be slightly higher, certainly slightly higher, and the color is very attractive. Only thing is, if it has to go for processing quickly. If you dry the turmeric rhizomes, then you can store it up to, based on some requirement, up to 10 years, you can store it based on the market trends. But if you want to use it immediately for the value addition, this technology can be used. Steam treatment, as I'm telling, anywhere, especially in black pepper, if you dip it in hot water or steam, the color retention is very good, excellent. And it sterilizes and it washes a little bit, because you spray a lot of pesticides, the whole thing will be washed out, and microbial levels will be significantly less. And almost all big companies, spices will be steam sterilized. Now, processed versus raw. I need not tell you to Konkan Krishi University, because you have many products made of nutmeg from your department at Dapoli. I have seen, because products are the most important. Because if you India, let me tell you, India is still, even though we are the first in the country, in the world to develop, to popularize, to know and use and sell spices, we are still largely raw material suppliers. No, you will not even believe, because we had a World Coconut Conference last year or before last year at Calicut, and we found out the one which develops the maximum coconut products is China. Can you imagine? The maximum ginger products is Australia. So the philosophy is, you don't need to grow cocoa to grow chocolates. The best chocolates come from Switzerland, which doesn't even have a single tree of cocoa. So the processing versus raw plays a very, very important role. Because I will give you some, because as we know, just an example, oils, essential oils, turmeric essential oil, we have really not taken from the turmeric leaves. Turmeric waste can also be used for poultry, because to get the color for the egg, earlier they used to use the flower, tagetes flowers leaves, so that the color, it gives you the traditional egg, that color. You can certainly use turmeric, and it's being used. Turmeric is used, essential oils are there, curcumin. Curcumin, I think today, the one which is talked of is highly important. And the turmeric pigment, food color. Okay. So I'll just give you some example. In black pepper, Maharashtra grows a reasonable amount of black pepper. How many products we know? 90% we know only black pepper and waste. Maybe some of them know white pepper. If you go to Vietnam, nothing is wasted. Even the pinheads, it is marketed as baby pepper, because it may not accumulate carbohydrates, but certainly it has the pungency and the flavor. Baby pepper, seedless pepper, white pepper, red pepper, each one has a market. Different people want different colors. Maybe it can be mixed in a sort of different products. Okay, so nothing is wasted. In India, we take only the good bulk density, the heavy ones, and the rest of it we throw off as waste. No, because the industry is collecting. Sri Lanka supplies the maximum immature black pepper. Immature ones, it has high percentage of oils and oleoresins. Nothing should go waste. Each one should come. This is simply, I was shocked to find out Vietnam is doing it, and India, we don't even know. White pepper, now we have the technology for using microbial. Usually it is retting and removing and then drying and getting the color. That's all. Fully ripe ones. Today we have even green pepper can be made using a microbial technology. There are so many technologies in ginger. I think India is very, very poor. The Budrim in Australia has more than 150 varieties of products which comes from ginger. I think with the importance which our ginger and turmeric is getting during the last 1 year, I think Indian government as well as all policy holders will play a major role in converting our raw material to product, and only by policy, product alone will be sold. Nutmeg, pericarp, as I know, it is a farm waste. In a fruit, 70% is pericarp. Only 20%, 20 to 30% is the maize and this thing. This mostly it is thrown out. Of course, Dapoli has developed many. But I want to tell you, a country called Grenada, its national flag contains nutmeg as in its national flag, because it depends fully on nutmeg. They have a few varieties which are low myristicin, which they call sweet nutmeg. Then the nutmeg can be used very much with low myristicin and elimacin, because they are anti-carcinogenic and hallucinating compounds. Both are can be used. So these ones can be used for food products, jam, jellies, this thing. And where the myristicin and elemicin, because I think Kerala government is already ahead. All of us know, but then the way we sell is very important. See, a wine can be made from the nutmeg rind, beautiful wine. And it is not sold as wine. It is sold as a drink for palliative care. Because, cancer patients, many patients who don't get sleep, they're so painful. And certainly, if you give a drink made of nutmeg rind, which contains elemicin, it has a hallucinating, like a morphine effect, like a sleeping tablets. If you take that wine and it's a good drink, you enjoy it and your pain is reduced. I think Kerala government is going ahead in getting the Abkari rules modified so that this wine can be utilized certainly for in health purposes and a sort of pleasant way of enjoying our farm waste converted into value addition, plus it is utilized instead of taking chemical tablets, natural products. This is a very important one, and I think this Kerala government has taken it very much. I expect chili processing. Just I want to say, most of you know there are different type of chilies, from bird's eye chili to normal chili to Bujalokia. Each has its own. The process is drying. It is still open drying because such a vast area. But the issue is, because chili dries it very well, and then when you are packing, you just give a little bit moisture so that the fruits don't crack, and this leads to high amount of aflatoxins. Chili is number 1 and nutmeg is number 2 in aflatoxins, and aflatoxin containing these things will not be taken by other countries. So certainly drying is an important and hygienic way of saying this is open soil. No, it should not be. The way we sit, these are all slides which are shown in the international market, and they will immediately reject. So we can certainly use solar. These are all different systems which all of us know. So CFTRI has come with an idea about microwave trade. They have developed a sort of a microwave technology for an even larger scale. So they say that the colliery farm, all the microwave load is nil. I don't know how much volume which we can use it, but certainly this technology need to be looked into. Chili is okay. So what so far what we have told you is that we have many things. We have varieties, we have technologies, we have the machines, we have these things. But are they accessible to smaller? Big people, they don't require, because they have big ones, ITC or what you call AVT McCormick or Synthite. No, but how the small farmers will be able to compete with it. So what we say is, this is a model which IISR has developed, a sort of about 2 to 3 crores, which is within our range, a sort of a hygienic processing facility which people can come and utilize this. Earlier, like, we used to have jam jelly making city, we used to purchase fruits and then go and make it. So this sort of models, a sort of a processing facilities should be developed at the hubs where the spices or any other vegetable. I think Maharashtra takes care of the fruits and vegetables, but again in spices, not much is present. Spices board is trying. Just have a look at it. So this cleaning unit, black pepper cleaning units is there, white pepper, if you want to do, you can come on a rent basis. You will be able to do curry powder making. You can dry the chilies and you can do the processing unit. The message is hygiene, clean, and they can come. They can follow the processes of good manufacturing practices, and they can do beautifully this sort of facilities, and so many products can be developed, we help them in getting it packed, getting it branded, getting it, okay. So this is another opportunity, I think, with this last 1 year, this is immunobooster milk that we have collaborated with Milma. Milma is the milk produce government, Kerala government milk producing company. And we are making golden milk. Golden milk is there, Amul has made, everybody has made. An opportunity should be utilized. That's what I'm just trying to say. Why it is, anyway. Vanilla is another important crop which can be introduced there. A little bit of processing, and vanilla, today, vanilla gives you about 30,000 rupees per kg. These are all because, as we know, when we want to go into from the raw material supply to processor, you require little bit of money. Financial, these things are needed. Banks will help, but not for everybody. You need a land, you need an asset for the bank to give you. So what happens is a sort of combinations in which the crops will give you income. And vanilla is one such. Wherever there is a tree or a space which is available, you will be able to grow. 1 kilogram gives you 35,000 rupees. The only important thing is a sort of small processing, a sort of boiling, dipping it into it and sweating it and storing. That process is available at Indian Institute of Spice Research. And also the Expo Van, there are so many private agencies which will be, they will be able to do processing for you. You can outsource it. Why I'm telling is, this will give you tremendous amount of money. So if we are able to utilize these facilities, as I told you, a sort of drying facilities are needed, which is government has to involve. Otherwise, small farmers cannot have a land. Second one is a sort of processing facilities, which are all within a small, with the funding of local panchayat or something, with the amount of money we spend on every third year elections, the money can certainly be used. The MP funds, MLA funds can be used to establish some of these small facilities. And then the technology for making food products, value-added products are available with so many institutions I have mentioned. And the third one is helping young people to do startups. ISR encourages, there are quite a few, these are all list of startups who are working in value-added products from spices, including cosmetics, because spices play. And we also have a spicery is like a mall, spice mall. Each institutions, because now this is being popularized in ICR institutions, to have their own product mall which is available, so that the products are available for sale. Because we handhold them, we handhold the entrepreneurs. BPD, business planning and development unit, is there and established in each of the institutions. It can be, I think it is being done in all the agricultural universities also. And we handhold them, we get them technology, we give them the facilities which we available on hire, and we brand them, we help them in branding. And finally, we help them initially for first 2 to 3 years in selling also. Seed spices, I think I will not take much time, because seed spices being only, I'm just using it to tell two things. One is a small facilities for seed spices or any other spices in a cooperative sector, as we do it in Jagudan center of our All India coordinated project, or a private sector. This is about 20 crore facility. The entire thing is automated. There are very little labor is required. The whole thing is completely automated, including the sorting out the mature, fully mature or immature, and including the processing. That is called cryo grinding. Okay, and this can be packed. And the just last bit of it is, as we know, Garcinia, Kodambuli, which is you have your kokum there. It is anti-obesity so much. Today in a obese world, this has a tremendous potential. Don't simply say Garcinia, say anti-obesity compound. You go to Google and then you find so much. Our way of projecting farmer as a poor fellow. No, agri-entrepreneur. Nobody will come otherwise. Similarly, the naming is a very important thing. Nutmeg wine is a palliative care drink. Pepper for bioenhancing capability. our cardamom is a mouth refreshener in addition to the spice flavors. So many biomolecules, because they are sources, very important source of biomolecules, the future of spices. If we want to get more money, because the cost of labor is increasing, cost of living is increasing, mechanization is increasing, petrol is increasing, LCD is increasing, nothing is coming down. So we must get more value for our product. So essentially, the nutraceutical for cosmetics, it is just coming to the emerging trends, productivity improvement, value addition is gaining. You will not believe how much actually we don't have much data on how much of our spices, they know only trade normally as a raw material and to some extent oils and oleoresins. How much of curcumin is used in health industry? How much of ginger oil is used? How much of other things are used? No data is available. Now we are making an effort to collect the data and add it up to the spice value. Okay, because the spices are most important, the quality. Because as I told you, somebody said that it is Alfonso. Why Alfonso? Any mango is same? No, Alfonso is different because Alfonso has special traits. It has that, which is not there in all mother mangoes. But black pepper is same. Why, sir? We have 5,000 accessions of black pepper here, and why all black pepper is same? No. So variety specific, the piperine specific, curcumin specific, this thing, the price is going to come. The market is available. This is a handheld photometer, the ICT in agriculture. So when you bring your turmeric, when you give a little powder, it will tell you how much curcumin is there, based on which we give you price. This is available in ITC. These technologies are also being developed in Indian Institute of Spice Research and the Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore, and many institutions are working so that a sort of ICT digital quality testing. Okay. Food safety is an important issue. Just a quick look of adulterated spices, adulteration, lead, because in turmeric it is called lead chromate is added for golden color. You know what has happened in Andhra Pradesh? Few people died due to lead poisoning. And lastly, are we able to compete international market with this? Because the market comes down, then nobody purchases. What is the use of all these values? So good agriculture practices are available. Facilitating entrepreneur development is an important thing. And our startups of these things have been appreciated by President as well as the Prime Minister of India. This is actually second. This is the last story. We are expecting by 2020 we have reached 3 billion. By 2050 about 18 to 20 billion progress. And curcumin is almost 1 billion now, just curcumin. Okay, so just last one. Let us give a high value product, just like gold. How do we store value? High value ones. So we will maintain a quality hygiene. And maybe you may be knowing Maharashtra has got so many GIs, geographical indications, because the regions in which you get the best, you have chilies, you have turmeric, but never you have marketed based on GI. Your what is it called? Your Bhiwandi chili and Vaigan turmeric. 7% curcumin. Whether you have marketed it, and sustainable spice by the spice initiative by the World Health Organization. Important thing. Just last two things. The spice farmers should have passion and vision. Is that? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, madam. Yes, madam. Hello.
Hello. Madam, please unmute your mic and you are muted.
Sir, thank you so much for beautiful presentation. Chat box shows itself. Nice presentation. And thank you so much regarding all the spices you have covered very nicely. Any questions from our interactive session? If other participant, if they ask some questions to Dr. Babu sir. If upon Parag Salvi, Mahesh Abhankar, Sutar sir from Islampur, Prakash Sutar, if they want to interact. Meanwhile, I welcome Mr. Jha sir and Reina sir for their gracious presence here. Mr. Jha sir, you are audible. Deputy Director Spices, and Dr. Reina sir, Professor MIT University, you are also welcome, sir. If some people they want to participate in the interactive session, they can ask questions to Dr. Nirmal Babu sir. In chat box, some people they are asking question about what is the difference. If you can throw some light on bush pepper and black pepper.
Bush pepper is nothing but only a small part of the vine is grown. The fruiting branches are rooted and it is grown. That's the only difference. Otherwise, black pepper, there is no difference in bush pepper and black. It is only advantage for homestead as well as urban horticulture. And because it is grown in a pot and you water it every day, you will be able to get black pepper throughout the year at different levels of maturity.
Sir, and there is a one question that any government agency is there which can control the rates of spices?
I think today, big things are going on in Delhi. I don't think we'll be able to control because this is a global trend. The point which I mentioned is ours is the best means we will dictate the terms. If somebody can sell something very cheap and doesn't have quality, then they may lose. If they have quality and they have cheap, then the price market goes there. I'm just telling a very important thing. It is not about fixing the price. It is able to bring people to India because India is the land of spices. If we fail, slowly, if China comes everywhere, I have shown some, because I'm only using just to say, China is good in its planning. We are not good in the planning. We are like a tortoise and China is like a hare. It is running very much. If we are not able to do it, very soon, turmeric is grown large areas in Africa by Indians only. Very soon the turmeric market will go from India if we are not able to brand our things and ensure our material is not there. Pepper is already in Vietnam. You will not believe China is very much into chilies. Today, much of they control which variety we should grow indirectly because Chinese companies purchase our chili Tejas variety in Andhra Pradesh. And turmeric, it is Japan wanted specific. It is Maidakur variety with golden yellow color. See, we are just growing turmeric without that speciality. You know, just like your mobile phone, you know, one is 1+5, another says that it is what is this Apple iPhone. Why? The branding and grading. See, kindly follow the model of Andhra Pradesh, where they have followed this Araku model. So they are branding it. Their coffee is branded. Their cocoa is getting branded. Tamil Nadu has branded its black pepper. Why not Maharashtra? At least in nutmeg, chili, you have GI for Vigan turmeric. and certainly grand advertisement if you give, then the price. Otherwise, if you give price, madam, if government or anybody involves and increases the price, nobody will come to purchase. There are enough people who will sell it for a cheaper price. So that is the issue.
Okay, sir. Is there any question from participants? Prakash Sutar, sir. Hello, sir. Is there any question? Okay, sir. I feel that you have covered all the main points here, and you have highlighted spices very well. And I'm thanking you on behalf of participant and myself to you. And because just time is limited, otherwise you have gone very much further. I know it very well. So thank you so much, sir, for your gracious presence today.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for all the participants. Thank you a lot. Thank you.
So with this, we hope that our this session on post-harvest management of medicinal spices and aromatic crops has is finished now, and we are heading towards the other group, and that session, it will be the last session, that is a session number 4, and it is the post-harvest management of meat, poultry and fish. So Dr. Patange sir is going to take over this brainstorming session.
Good afternoon, all of you. I welcome you again for the 4th session of today's brainstorming workshop on post-harvest management of fisheries and aquaculture. This is the 4th and last in the series of post-harvest management sessions for the today's program. As we know all that like any other agricultural commodity, fish and aquaculture produce is also a highly perishable commodity and requires immediate attention as far as the management practices is concerned with regard to its utilization, storage, preservation, etc., or for further product development. But it is normally believed that for every delay in every hour for proper care or proper chill storage of the product, it is generally concluded that there will be delay of there will be a reduction of nearly 1 day in the shelf life of aquaculture and fisheries products. So from that point of view, post-harvest management assumes a significant importance for proper preservation practices to be employed or followed in the fisheries and aquaculture sector. For addressing similar such issues, today we'll be discussing here the post-harvest management issues related to this particular commodity. And for this purpose, we have with us today Dr. L. Narasimha Murthy, who is a principal scientist and scientist in charge of the Mumbai Research Center of Central Institute of Fishery Technology, Kochi, and he will be delivering expert lecture on post-harvest management of fish and aquaculture produce. And to know certain views from the farmers or from the processors, we have with us Dr. Rajiv Bhatkar, who is an aquaculture consultant from the Alibag area, and by profession he is also a poultry farmer and processor, and he is also engaged in fisheries and aquaculture activities since the last 30 years. And followed by that, we will be having certain views from the processors, Mrs. Gadre Marine Export, Mr. Sachin Surve, or on behalf of him, his representative will be talking of the problems concerned in the processing aspects. So initially, I would like to request Dr. Rajiv Bhatkar to put up his views from the aquaculture point of view, the post-harvest management issues. Dr. Bhatkar, please.
Hello.
You are able to hear me, Dr. Bhatkar?
Yes, can you hear me?
A bit little. You can speak little louder.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Rajiv Bhatkar. I'm an aquaculture consultant working in Konkan area for the last 20-25 years. I'm also Dr. Patange's colleague from CIFE, and he asked me to share my thoughts, my experiences about management in fish and shrimp. I'm not going my thoughts which I've written down. So can I share my screen also?
Your voice is not clear, Dr. Bhatkar.
Yeah. Even I cannot hear you properly.
Yeah. Now it is. Now it is somewhat okay.
Can you see the this? Okay. There's some net issues, I think. Can you see the screen now?
Yeah. Screen is all right, but your sound we are not able to hear.
See my screen now?
Yeah. Please speak. Police sir, please unmute. Please mute.
So shall I begin now? So this is about harvest and post-harvest management of fish and shrimp from aquaculture ponds. Now, most of the small fish and shrimp farmers harvest their products as per the buyer's demand, and they have no knowledge as such for what the produce is being harvested. They sell their material to different types of buyers, such as for local sales, and fresh packaging, processed packaging, etc. But they are not informed in advance for what purpose their material is taken. Now, it is the farmer's responsibility to harvest the material, ice chill it to proper temperature, and bring it to the buyer's weighing scale. After that, the farmer's responsibility ends and the buyer's responsibility starts. It is the duty of the buyer to properly store the material in their transport vehicles, ensure proper chilling inside, and transport it as fast as possible to the processing plant. Therefore, post-harvest quality maintenance is a joint responsibility between the farmer and the processor. So this is the a photograph from a pond. So the farmer has brought his material to the weighing scale, and from here it will be loaded. So this is the point at which the farmer's responsibility ends. And after the material arrives onto the processing plant, care and precautions should be taken in harvest of during the harvesting process also. Improper handling of the product during the harvest can result in loss of quality and safety, and this thus economic losses and risk to human health can result. Now, many farmers are not aware of their post-harvest quality standards. It is imperative that they should educate themselves in these matters, and training should be conducted by government authorities for farmers on export quality standards of seafood. And even if any farmer goes beyond his means and takes all the precautions and fulfills all the post-harvest quality standards, he does not get a better price just because of that. He doesn't get a reward because his material is always compared to whatever is available in the market. For example, in case of cage culture tilapia, because it is grown in safe conditions, he doesn't get any better price than the dam raised tilapia. There should be an online platform where farmers and buyers can become involved. These farmers can upload information about their material in their farms, and it can be seen by the buyers processors on the same platform. They in turn can upload information about the quantity and quality of material they need, such as the count, and the buying price which they are offering, the terms of payment. This will eliminate the agents and middlemen in the supply chain, ensuring better prices, which is easily available to both farmers and farmers. And also the centralized daily market rate, different counts can be declared by a central nodal agency. Farmers can, they are not pleased by trade. So let us come to the actual harvest. Before starting the harvest, one should properly ensure that properly plan the activity that describes step by step who will look after what. Look after transporting the material to chilling tanks, who will manage the chilling tanks, who will manage the who will keep records of everything, etc. The farmer has to ensure that adequate staff, personnel, laborers are present in harvest. The farmer should also ensure that proper materials and equipment for harvest operating activities such as harvesting nets, material, transport, small things such as torches, knives, for tying, etc. should be. Now, in order to proceed with the harvest, shrimp must satisfy certain conditions such as appropriate size, have a appropriate and acceptable conditions. It is also recommended that stop feeding the shrimp between 24 and 48 hours prior to the harvest to avoid feed the poison in the shrimp gut after the harvest. It can cause quality loss to pancreas problems. Presence of pets or wild animals and harvest should be avoided. There should be around the area. Netting of the material. Tiger shrimp, that is culture. It was mostly harvested by letting out the water from outlet to which magnets were attached, and the shrimp came out with the water flow. On the other hand, this Vanami cannot be harvested its quality is so it has to be treated out with nets or since most farmers were previously ponds are still equipped with gate and they need to harvest through the gate. There has to be a change in program to use Vanami. This is a photograph of at now, during temperature must be controlled. shrimp must be covered after harvesting. Alternating layers of ice and should be placed in the container to avoid high temperature fluctuation. Most of the farmers do not have any easy availability. Important that farmers ensure that adequate quantities of ice for chill killing as well as for chilling is available. Ice quality during harvest and processing must fit international standards for water. Harvested shrimp must be immediately iced and insofar as they leave, especially true if Vietnamese shrimp because unlike monodon, which is a sturdy species, Vietnamese is very delicate and loses its quality if it is not properly chilled in this time. Ice made available should be of proper quality and is manufactured from disinfected water to ensure elimination of pathogens. Once the shrimps are chilled, this process will start the cold chain, which should not be interrupted under any circumstances until the product reaches the consumer. That is to say, the shrimps, once they are chilled, should not be allowed to come back to room temperature during the entire process. Preservatives. Many times, for preserving seafood during transport, sodium metabisulfite, SMBS is used. But it should be, the use of SMBS should be based on market requirements. While using metabisulfite or any other preservatives, they must be properly handled to meet international and SMBS is also considered low concentrations of by many European countries. Personnel and equipment. Harvesting personnel must meet minimum health requirements as anyone presenting symptoms must be excluded from the harvest. Compliance of the occupational safety measures will reduce the risk that equipment that is used to harvest must be clean and disinfected to ensure product. During harvesting process, it's of great importance.
Meeting lagel.
And maintain adequate records such as the quality and quantity of shrimp per time, quantity of SMP, stability and accessibility. These records are part of traceability to allow timely corrections in case of loss of shrimp quality. All actions during a pond harvest and post-harvest time must be properly registered to ensure traceability of harvested shrimp. Developing an HSC farm is important to ensure harvested an HSC system based on the application of technical and is also allowing identification of specific hazards and measures for their control. Retail marketing. Farmers should also do retail marketing of their produce. This will give them better returns. Now, this is a personal experience I am saying because also have, and I find that it is better to sell in retail market, small quantity, to give better results. Marketing of live shrimp and live fish is a fast-growing trend nowadays. Very high returns. So, post-service technology and equipment to enable farmers to bring their material in right condition to the market. Farmers should be able to do value addition of harvested material to make products such as shrimp, fish wafers, biscuits, cheese fries, fish fillets, and field they should also be taught how to make best use of fish waste products.
Well, thank you, Dr. Raju Bhatkar, for putting very good suggestions and your views. Was
I audible?
Yeah. You are very much audible. And these are.
So I was not getting a proper audible.
No. You are very well audible to us. And I thank you for putting your issues related to the relevant issues related to handling, marketing, and value addition of the aquaculture produce.
My pleasure. My pleasure, sir. My pleasure.
Yeah, thank you. Now I think we can move to the views from the another stakeholder. Mr. Prathamesh More is available online now. Is there?
Yes, sir. I'm there.
More. Mr. More is a quality manager in Messrs. Gadre Marine Exports, Ratnagiri, and he has been working there since the last 5 or 6 years. And he will be talking us some of the issues of post-harvest management from the fish processing point of view. We all know that the Gadre Marine Export has been associated with processing of the conventional fishery products, including freezing and frozen storage, and also surimi and value-added products from various fish raw material. So I request Mr. More to please put forth the views from your practices, please.
Yes, thank you, sir. First of all, good evening to all. Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Am I audible? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, we are facing some problem after post-harvest. First of all, the day by day the fish size is very much decreases, and along with fish catch, is day by day is decreases, and along with that, all prices of the fishes are increases. Then we are facing the problem of microbiology. Due to that unhygienic handling on landing centers of fish catches, that we are utilizing very huge quantities, huge quantity of fishes. Then third one is the some months or some years we got one trigger fish. We got trigger fish. When the trigger fish has come or getting catch, at that particular time, the other fishes catch we didn't get that. Most of the fish we require, that fishes catch were not we get when fish catch is there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything more?
No, sir. That much.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. More. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Now I would like to request Dr. Murthy to present his expert lecture. I am happy to introduce him. Dr. Murthy, presently he is working as the principal scientist and scientist in charge of the Mumbai Research Center of Central Institute of Fishery Technology, Cochin. And he has been there since 2016. He has done his master's and PhD studies in fisheries, in fish processing technology from College of Fisheries, Mangalore. To his credit, he has about 45 research articles that are published in national and international journals. He has total citations of 199 since 2015, and the related H index is around 8. He has also written 5 books on various subjects of fish processing technology and has edited book chapters of 12. He has guided several MSc and PhD students, and he has around 10 projects operated at the institutional level and 8 externally funded projects. He has also been a member of editorial board of Journal of Fisheries and Life Sciences, and also a member of the governing council of ABI of the CIFT Cochin. So we have a very learned and eminent personality from the Pioneer Institute of Fisheries Technology, who is the pioneering institute at the national level from the ICAR for fish processing and other harvesting practices. I now therefore request Dr. Murthy to kindly begin his presentation. Dr. Murthy, sir, please.
Yeah. I'm audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, my presentation is visible?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good evening to everybody. It's always pleasure to discuss with various stakeholders, all the entrepreneurs, especially I just listened to Dr. Bhatkar's speech as well as our Prathamesh talk. So they raised very important few points. Definitely, if they can stay back for our plenary session, each and every points we can discuss, we can find out some, roadmap or avenues for to solve that issues. And a few issues I noted down actually from both of them, their presentation. Definitely, it can be solved. We can come together and take some points for the recommendations. So I don't know exactly what is the target group of today's brainstorming session, but I prepared slides accordingly so that it can cover almost all aspects of post-harvest management and little bit about agriculture. Mainly, we'll discuss I request I request Dr. Patange, please unmute everybody. Mute everybody.
Dr. Ranveer, please mute your mic. All others I request to kindly mute your mic.
Sorry.
Please mute your mic till the presentation completed.
Yeah.
Yes, please, Dr. Murthy sir, please continue.
Yeah. So my presentation mostly prepared on something. Basically, I'm working in post-harvest technology from last 16-17 years. So I'm representing CAFT. So most of the things I made a presentation on the technology-oriented thing. Many people already know the things. See, there is a farmer like Dr. Bhatkar, consultant. There are many people who are working in the industry. So how best their products, their ideas can put forward for the technology development, and indirectly how those issues can be solved to develop an entrepreneur. So mainly my presentation and in such a way I constructed. So please just spare with me maybe another 30-40 minutes. If anything in between you have some issues, please stop me there only. We can discuss. No issues. So once again, I request all the dignitaries, please mute yourself. So there is some cross voice. It's very difficult to concentrate. Yeah, please. Okay. So my presentation view, something on, I'll just try to brief for the newcomers, the questions for the fish and its importance. Then what is the global and Indian scenario? Then what in exactly trade in fisheries? Then a few aspects about various sectors in fisheries. Then mostly entrepreneurship development. Agricultural business incubation is our unit where we can make you a budding entrepreneur. Okay, so this I think just for the information I'm giving, if you can see this one all over world, what is the importance of fish? Why we are giving so much importance for the fish? So if you can see the undernourishment, so world average is around 10.8. But if you see Asian average, it is more than world average. That means we have serious issues when it comes to the micronutrients issue. Major nutrients, yes, carbohydrates, fats, somehow we are supplementing through other sources, but we are really missing with the micronutrients. So fish is one of the best source to get the micronutrients. Okay, so I think this everybody knows what is the importance of fish. Then American Heart Association, then dietary guidelines. Everybody is telling at least 2-3 servings in a week. Like 1 ounce is around 29 grams. If you can have around 250 grams fish 2-3 days in a week, I think it will take care of almost all your micronutrients issues. So I think from last 1 decade, if you can see, after especially introduction of Onami, we have, fish is the most traded commodity worldwide. So there is a lot of potential, and global population also, that our consumption also increased. So by 2020, we need to increase almost by 10 billion. Okay, so same health, nutrition, convenience of the products. Then mostly we have a lot of undernourished people all over the world, not only in India, not only in Asia, all over the world. So we need micronutrients deficiency. So fish is one of the main resources to solve that issues. So product diversification, value addition, post-harvest losses. Exactly, Prathamesh has highlighted few points. So these are very important things to make fisheries is more vulnerable and lucrative also. So this is how actually fish consumption in India. These are the major states, top fish producers like Gujarat, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, and West Bengal. This is the consumers. Okay. So then it comes to non-vegetarian eaters. This is in general trend in all over India. So what we see in the red color is the non-vegetarian eaters. So most of the non-vegetarians eat fish. Okay. So most of the fish eaters may not eat chicken, mutton, and other animal meat, but definitely they will eat fish. So fish is one of the, if you consider non-vegetarian, it is widely accepted all over India. Then how exactly this first fish consumption takes place in India? So domestic consumption, we are producing almost 115 lakh ton. So we produce, we consume almost 100 lakh ton. Hardly we are exporting around 13 to 14 lakh tons of fish and fishery products. So domestic consumption is the main thing for us, as Dr. Bhatkar has told. When dam tilapia and cultured tilapia, there is no difference at all in the price. So for them, it's only tilapia. On dam tilapia is available for 40 rupees kilo. So why the guy will pay for 150 rupees? That is the, what is that? Opinion of that particular consumer. But that composition wise, safety wise, size wise, there is a lot of difference between cultured fish and wild caught fish. So there is a increasing urbanization, intersectoral dependencies, accessibilities and supply chain, cold chain, processing infrastructures, product formation, transformation technologies, and consumer behavior. So I think each and every year our consumers are more, showing interest towards fish and fishery products. So with this, actually, this is how actually fisheries wealth in India. I think everybody knows more than 5-6 lakh crores investment in fisheries all over India, including the primary production, cultural aspects, harvest, post-harvest sector, and all those things. Each and everything is hand in hand. So increase the food supply, basically it's a food, then automatically it generates employment, then it comes to nutritional security. Food security is one thing where we can provide food, okay, but nutrition is entirely different from food security. So with value addition, then automatically it ends in rural industrialization. So this is the recent one. So it is very interesting to see that aquaculture is increasing like anything. Capture fisheries is stopped somewhere at 96. So aquaculture is showing silver line for the next decade. So these are our major importers. These are our next exporting companies. Even though we are the second one in aquaculture, but see our exporting position to very less. So main commodities, fishes are there from India. It's mainly shrimp. So one concern is there. We have almost 145 million people dependent on fisheries in India. But when it comes to per capita consumption, we are very poor. It is almost less than 10 kilo. But according to United Nations, people, United Nations suggests you have to eat at least more than 13 kilo, 12 to 13 kilo. But our per capita consumption is average is around 8 to 12 kilo. Even if you go with coastal area, it may show a little more. But if you go to the other areas, it's showing very less. So dispersion of the cash. So mainly we'll go for the main fresh fish marketing, mainly 77%. Remaining only a few percentage we are exporting that. But what we are exporting from that, we are getting almost around 48,000 crores as a foreign exchange. This is again very important and very phenomenon from last 5 years or 10 years. If you see, our foreign exchange is increasing. So thanks to aquaculture farmers. So most important thing what I want to highlight is here is a rise in the global, the rise in the global capture, it's only 14% from last, if you take around 20 years. So rise in the global aquaculture is almost 527%. So very optimistic. Then fish consumption is showing more than 100%. Okay. But reducing the fish stock in the sustainable levels is showing 90 to 66%, almost 15-20%. It has reduced. That's what Prathamesh has highlighted about trigger fish. Okay, this is in general about a supply chain, how exactly fishes, aquaculture sector works. Then marine capture fishes move into towards to the common man, local buyer, or to the exporters. So there is a lot of issues in between that in the panel session we can discuss if somebody is having some issues. Fresh fish, yeah, everybody knows fish contains almost 70 to 90% of water. It is highly perishable. So you have to think immediately what you have to do, like process the fish or freeze the fish. Okay, icing and storing is a best way to prevent the losses, post-harvest losses. There are many factors to affect the fish perishability. Extrinsic, something from the outside, intrinsic within the fish. So this already we discussed. FAO projection shows by 2030. So we have a lot of fish production is there. So we can increase around 25 kilo per year by 2030 in India per capita consumption. Then net supply we can increase very much. So promising export opportunities for the Indian seafood industry, provided if we can go with sustainable aquaculture or even at marine sectors. Okay, so processed food. How to? I mean, now very catchy word is how to improve the fisherman life, how to improve the exporters' life, how to improve the double the fish farmers' income and all those things. See, these are some of the issues where we can make it. Product quality better so that we can have a sustainability. Something called extended shelf life, sensory properties, maintain the freshness, then improve the nutritive values, safety, convenience. Then the reduction of the waste, then the recovery, whatever the waste, it is nothing like waste in fish. It is basically we call it a secondary raw material. Then increase the economic value, then exports and transport trade. Whatever the trade issues are there, that also very important. So then what are the technologies? As that Patange Saab suggested, so there are many technology available at present to process the fish. So thermal processing, which heat is employed for that. When non-thermal processing with the simple chilling, freezing, and even with reducing the pH, fermentation will give you the best product for the market. A lot of variety products are available, and there is a huge demand for the different products. So when it comes to thermal processing, canning or retardable pouches is widely accepted in India, all over the world. If you go to Maldives, if you go to Japan, if you go to Korean countries, there is a big demand for these pouches. It may be seaweed, it may be tuna, it may be any other fish. Just coat it in can or in retardable pouches. There is a huge demand. Aseptic packaging, aseptic packaging, something like that. To prepare the product and fill it in very controlled condition, so that further contamination or further spoilage of the product will not be there. Then baking, frying, grilling. These are some of the latest things if we can find in metro cities. Long size fishes, big size fishes will go for the baking, frying, and as well as grilling. There are some many other things like microwave is now slowly is getting the importance due to absolutely there is no time for the people to prepare half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours food at kitchen. So simple marinating and put it in 2 minutes in the microwave, so your fish will be ready. So there are other drying things, extrusion, that is high temperature, short time like kurkure type of thing. That I will show some products we can discuss. Then non-thermal process, simple chilling, freezing, freeze drying. Then this first light and all those things. At present, we are only research scale, not at the commercial scale. So irradiation is one most important thing. Recently, I visited Moscow for this in this Indian delegation. There is a huge demand and also potential for the irradiated food in India. So it may be potato, it may be onion, it may be fish, dry fish, chilled fish, or even you can have it. So it is not always with isotopes like cesium and other isotopes. We can go with even simple irradiation like gamma irradiations, just like X-ray type of thing. So these are the conventional methods and advanced methods. How best we can shift it to advanced methods to get the better recovery, better safety, better quality, and most important, to save the time, so that we can get the best quality of the products. So some of the important packaging material we can use in fish and fishery products, modified atmospheric packaging. You may be knowing carbon dioxide, nitrogen, and oxygen is used for different, depends on the moisture, fat content of the sample. Then vacuum packaging like a huge business nowadays. So you just take out the oxygen and you can extend the shelf life of the product in the storage or even refrigerated storage. Then active packaging is the one thing with the latest science with all golden nanoparticles, nanotechnology has come into the picture. So just put some small socket into the meat, so it will absorb all the oxygen or whatever that water it comes into that, so that it extends the shelf life. Then aseptic packaging already I told. Retard pouch is something called alternative to canning. Okay, it is a layer of 3 pouches, so that whatever the can property it gives, so the same property retard pouch will give is go for the canning purpose. Then present end of utilization, as I told already, it is 90% of our aquaculture finfish is used, consumed in fresh and chilled form. So there is a huge demand for the fish, especially aquaculture is the main supplement. So future of India for aquaculture. So there are many schemes. So latest one is Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana, and Department of Fisheries allotted almost 20,000 crores for that. So target is we have to double tons of fish. Now we are under 415 lakh tons, so another 85 lakh tons we have to produce by 2025. So foreign exchange now is around 50,000 crores, so we have to increase around 1 lakh crores. That is the target given by Prime Minister of India by 2025. So all of us, we have to work according to that. So there are some issues why we are not able to, even though we produce more than 10 to 15 lakh ton of fungaceous, why we cannot export fungaceous to the even single fungaceous to the other countries. In fact, we are importing Basa fillet from Vietnam, and we are using Indian restaurants. So there are some small issues, so like brown or discoloration in the fish. You can see there is a huge difference between this fish and this fish. So there is a brown discoloration. So it is due to many other reasons. I'll come in the next slide. So this is how it looks. So whatever it, because only 40% only you can get that yield, the remaining you can use it for other purpose. So some mechanical filleting machines are there. This is the final product of our Indian fungaceous. When it comes to the quality, nothing will match with our Indian fungaceous when compared to Basa. Basa is a lot of chemicals are there, then only it looks whitish. But in American market, they require only whitish or pinkish. This is our Indian fungaceous after all the treatment and washing. This is our Vietnam imported fillets. So exactly US market and European market wants whitish or pinkish white. So we are not able to produce this color of the fish. That's why even 1 kilo of Basa, 1 kilo of fungaceous, we are not able to export, but we are importing Basa fillets for the Indian restaurants. So what best we can do? So instead of that, let us use for the domestic market, make our own products. We can open our own retail outlets, make the products for the availability of our own people. So as far as quality is concerned, nutrition is concerned, and hardness, springiness, and this one is concerned, it is absolutely very good compared to our Basa fillets. So why we are not able to produce best quality aquaculture fishes to export? It may be Indian major carp or maybe fungaceous, aquacu, whatever the things. So we are not able to export because our culture practices are not up to the mark till date. So this is how they will store the thing, and whatever the chemical available or technicians suggest, they use the chemicals, they just dump into the water. So they will not understand how much FCR will be given, what are the ingredients is required for that. So what is the fat content and all those things. So they have some issues. So based on that, actually, we are not getting good quality, especially aquaculture fishes to export. I'm talking about only export market. So in that, actually, we have made one fungaceous fish festival to just create awareness. At least we can use those fish for domestic market. This is one alternative fish for now many farmers. This is pacu. Generally, people call this piranha group and all those things, but basically it is not a carnivorous and this one. But many farmers in all over India, including West Bengal, Andhra, everywhere this culture is going on. So there is a huge demand. They call it a freshwater pomfret. So this is one alternative fish at present. People are farmers are growing. Then one more fish is the milkfish. Of course, still we are in not up to the mark to produce the quality seeds, but it is a very good fish to go for the grilling. So it's a urichalane fish, even 10 ppt to 30-40 ppt, this fish will survive. This is a good fish to grow, especially in the saline lands. Then other chilled fishes variety, even trouts, rohu, pugal, katla, common carp, then lot of variety we have. Biodiversity and diversification is there in India, but again, culture practice is a matter. Then some of the why we are post-harvest losses, we say almost 20,000 crores we are losing in the post-harvest losses. These are the things I think many people are aware of this thing. Just to want to show the slides I prepared, just I will speed up the thing. On-board fishing vessels, we be careful. Then how to segregate the fish, how to collect the fish, what fish will have what type of rejections and all those things. So that type of things are very important for us. So then you have to carry proper ice for the thing. Then should be in good ratio. Then we have to save our coastal areas. We should not be. Hello, Patanga sir, I am audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, you are audible, sir. Very well.
Sir, okay, na?
Yeah, it's okay. Please continue.
Okay. Yeah. So we have to protect our coastal areas. Then once it's harvested, then we have to be careful while handling at the landing centers. Then this is how if they sell the fish. So what wrong with that fish? It is highly nutritious. You can see Bombay duck, you can see prawn, you can see very highly nutritious. The way we treat after harvesting the things, so we are spoiling the best resources in the nature. So carrying and transportation things. So this is how actually we are not able to sell our fish for the best prime quality. So we have to be very, very careful. And we have to make very strict action, especially while transporting the fish. Without a refrigerator container, we should not allow fish to transport. These are some of the exporting companies how they're practicing things. When it comes to the constraints, mainly we are talking about doubling the farmers' income. Why? From last 2 years we are trying, but not much changes in the farmers' income. So there are many issues. So increase of fish production and productivity, target is given, money is allotted, is fine. But there are many other accessories, other line departments, other people should work hand in hand to make it successful. So there are issues with the mariculture and ornamental fishes. Then aquatic health management. There is a huge, scope for the researchers in the aquatic health management. There are a lot of problems going on now, even monoculture. We have to get back our monodon again to maintain our own status. So then modernization and strengthening of the value chain, cold chain. Then technology infusion. Technology infusion, again, repeatedly, we have to reach out to the farmers to understand them what is the importance of the technology. Then institutional trade. I think we have to give maximum importance to the institutional, nearby institutional like research stations and all those things to look after these types of issues with a huge fund. Without fund, any institution will not reach to the farmer. Then risk mitigation. What is the risk? Then how we can remove and troubleshoot that one. Then management, fisheries management and regulatory framework. How best we can make the regulations to make a smooth running of the aquaculture as well as doubling the fish farmers. There are many issues: enhancement of fish production and productivity, then infrastructure and post-harvest management to modernize the strengthening the value chain, fisheries management regulatory framework, risk mitigation. So I'll just maybe another 10 minutes point up. See the target given. So 2014-15, 18-19, 23-24, we have given target of 200 lakh tons. Okay. So with Matsya Sampada Yojana, we think we have already produced, we may produce 200 lakh ton. But where is the market? What is the domestic market? So what will be the export market? Now, what is the, international markets now, I think very tight situation is going on. China totally is collapsed. Then the Southeast Asian and our European market is not up to the mark. It's very difficult. These are some of the issues really a farmer should understand, before going in big way. So there are many constraints. This already Dr. Bhatkar has highlighted few points. So challenges, we have very challenges like inadequate infrastructures, then quality of seed, then culture system we have to change, low adoption in the technology, then comes incidence of disease and poor health, shortage of skilled manpower, then lack of diversity in cultured species in the farming system. Some species is not suitable for particular area, you have to switch over to other fish. So that rules and regulation, we have to make it very easy. So these are the way forward with that challenges. So then comes saline water. What about the saline water and alkaline water we have, as I told, that effectively can be utilized for the milkfish type of culture. Even today, Punjab, in Haryana, Rohtak area, where we'll get salinity around 10 ppt, 12 ppt, 15 ppt, even though there is no sea. So still now Punjab is one of the state which is doing, Punjab and Haryana doing Wanami culture. So it's not an issue. So now species is vulnerable, species is adaptive, so we can go for any type of culture. So we can we have the challenge, but definitely we have to find out the other routes to go for that. Then value chain, this is very important. Farmers can grow the fish, hatchery can produce the seed, but how best we can sell the fish, how best we can store the fish, how best we can maintain the quality of the fish. That is the main crunch of today's issue. So that is the thing, we can go for the domestic market, as many people, previous speaker suggested. So we have to make online things. Then we have to give importance to the brand of their own fish, organic farming, that type of certifications, everything is required. So if somebody give the best fish, so today there are many people to purchase fish and eat. Then handling and preservation is very important. Then internal sanitary and HACCP implementation in each and every area. So restricted market, that's what I told, local consumers and visitors. We should have a, I mean, I think one of the politicians has told some 1 decade back, what we are wearing shoe, it is sold in AC room, but what we are eating the fish, it is sold in the footpath. It is very true, actually. So someone is not, have the business there, so you should not enter. So food centers, local markets should be only for the fisher people, so that they can maintain their quality. Then farm gate prices, we have to see absence of outbound logistics for export and chilled product. We have to enhance, we have to encourage for that type of live fish, chilled fish type of thing. Then naturally, technology innovations is very, very important. Whatever the technology we have, that should reach to the farmers to understand them in simple way. So wholesale markets with the ample supply of ice. Then as land centers improvement, then license for all the even small and medium scale fishermen in the even small market or big market, even mall, whoever it may be. So that should be, person should be licensed, and he should aware of the quality of the fish, how to bring the fish, how to transport the fish, how to cut the fish, how to sell the fish. So this type of things is very important to make best quality fish available for the all over India. So best thing, how to make the double the farmers income, and how to use whatever the, suppose 200 lakh ton produce fish produce India produce, then how best we can export. Suppose the export market is not up to the mark, no exporter will go for that. So next option is 135 or 142 what we have population now. Even if they eat 1 kilo in a week, I think 200 lakh ton is nothing for us. Increase our lifestyle, increase the salary, increase the leisure shoot and all those things. We don't mind to purchase the fish, but who will give the guarantee the best quality of fish? That is only common people is asking. When we researchers, entrepreneurs, exporters, we can solve this issue. I think we need not export any fish to outside. We can have our own fish within our own country. So these are some of the live and fresh product. Then comes cooked product. Then comes frozen products. Then breaded products. Very simple technology. You need not spend lakhs together for this. Even a small entrepreneur or one mother and one daughter or one daughter-in-law can make these products at least 20-30 kilo products. She can make morning to evening 3 to 4 hours if they spend. By evening 3 to 4 hours they will send in the main market. They can sell that product also. So that type of technology also available. You need not always high cost technologies. So some of the specialty products you can make it. Surmi and surmi based products. Then comes specialty products. Then most innovative things. Now younger generation wants different variety of products. We can have it. Then ready to eat with canned products, poachers and all those things. Then cured and dried products. This is again big market in the cured and dried products. Then ethnic group, fermented products. If you go to our northeast, like Dagi Road, like Assam and Manipur and all those, they want to eat fermented feed. There is a huge demand for that. Somebody can produce and give it to them. So still our practice is like this. So this is a little improved thing. But best thing, we can go for the solar dryer. So this is the best fish to make dried fish. So simple dry it, trim it, make it usage, then pack it as a steak, then open, then pack it, then have nutrition evaluation. You can sell your product for the better price. Okay, then how best you can dry the fish? So we have solar dryers. We have the solar dryers. It is 20 kilo capacity with 1.5 to 1. Now 1 lakh, 1.5 lakh is nothing. So you can use daytime solar, solar light. Then if solar light is not there, you go for the electricity, go for the LPG, and even with biogas. With all 4 facility, we are producing the different solar dryers for that. So these are the things. Then comes the potential. So some of the equipments we have. These are our success stories. These are some of the products. Then the CFT, just another maybe 3 minutes I will conclude. How to develop an entrepreneurship. Suppose someone is interested to start their own company, CFT can help them through agriculture business incubation. We can help them. Entrepreneurship, economic resources into areas that need higher productivity and returns. There is a startup, okay? There many people know now by this time. So even Government of India, you have many startups like Skill India, Startup India, Mudra, Stand Up India, and Udan. So there are many startups. Really, some of the really interested people can join with us with agriculture business incubation. We will provide you technology. We will provide you the manpower. We will provide you the your product training and everything. So you learn everything, then start your own thing. Okay, when it is happy with you, that particular product is going good and you are happy with that, then only you start your business. Up to that, you pay only now very nominal government fee. See, monthly we are charging 2,000 rupees for all like corporate style of things we are providing. Hardly we are charging 2,000 rupees. Raw material you have to produce, learn the thing, go for IP protection, go for the branding, go for nutrition evaluation, everything we will help you. So it's a government project. Anybody is interested, they can join with us. So this is our things. What are the trainings offered? We have ISO, we have NABL, we have National Referral and Reference Laboratory. So anything FSSA is approved, CFT is only institute, technology institute in fish and fishery products. So anything we can help them. So these are some hygienic stalls. Then comes fish markets, the food cart. See, evening beach side or the center of your city or town, you can have the moving van with 15 lakh you spend. We will provide you everything. You can prepare 4 or 5 variety products or 10 variety products. Evening 5 to 9, you sell your products and come back to your home. See, if you get good, other people to purchase. So these are our brands already used in different things. This is a fish bite, one Haryana farmer recently got Padma Shri award, if you are knowing. So these are some of the other brands. So ultimately, what I want to tell is, since we have learned people in this brainstorming session, everything is important. It's not always technology. It's always not always. I mean, blaming the technologies. Technology is there, but everything they have to work together. Health is important, resources important, environment is important, food, and ultimately we are all working for the consumer. Okay, so when you look for the consumer safety point of view, or price point of view, I think we can come together and work. We can produce best quality fish and safety fish for the next generation. Thank you very much for the patience listening. This is my number and address. Some of you can note down. If anything is there, we can discuss. I think I was little, rushed in last 10-15 slides, but definitely I am available for the plenary session. We can have plenary session. Okay. Dr. Patange sir?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Moti sir. And please stay with us for some more time.
Yeah.
And I would like to invite, if any clarifications, queries are there from the participants. I think we can have some interaction, some discussion on the queries that may be asked by the participant. So any queries anyone would like to ask and speak on this, please unmute your mic and then ask your query, please. Anyone from the participants?
Dr. Patanjali, I would like to ask Dr. Murthy.
Yeah. Yes, Dr. Bhatkar, please.
He mentioned in his slide. First of all, I would like to congratulate him for an excellent presentation. One of his slides, he mentioned that there are two technologies for fish processing. One is thermal and other is non-thermal.
Yes.
And in one of them, thermal, he said one of the components was infrared, while in non-thermal, one of the components was irradiation. I would like to know the difference between these two methods.
This is irradiation is a non-thermal process. Okay, so basically you can use isotopes or cesium or cobalt 60 or cesium 137. It's basically isotopes. Isotopes you can use it and make it nuclear thing. By this time, even Baba Atomic Research Center also working on that area. But what I was talking about irradiation is gamma irradiation. It is only just pouring on the gamma radiations on the particular product, so that it will penetrate in the edible part of that, vital part of that particular microorganism. It may be bacteria, it may be antibiotics, or it may be any other residue contaminant. So that it will fragment that vital organ. It will fragment, so that the efficiency of that particular residue or particular bacteria will kill. Okay, that is a non-thermal process. It is absolutely safe. Nothing to worry about isotopes. Nuclear material body mein andar reh jayega, then it will affect like future mein problem ho jayega, because when Hiroshima Nagasaki bomb was blasted from Americans, so there was a huge problem was there. So after a decade also they were not up to the mark due to nuclear materials. It went to the water, food system and all those. Still that things are there in that people mind. But irradiation is entirely different from that. It is only pouring the things and that and make your product sterilized. As far as infrared are concerned, it is basically by using electricity thing like current, AC current, what we call is. So that in infrared, omnicating and your other thing, microwave, it's all high-end preservation methods. Still, we are not in India we are using, but research scale is going on. So at present, Western countries they are using infrared rays, but as far as India is concerned, still it is not up to the mark.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Murthy. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Rajiv. Any other question, please? Yeah, well, sir, this post-harvest management, since various issues are concerned, and all that we do in the post-harvestment practices, what we normally see is they are interdependent on each other. Whether we start with simple icing and then further processing, value addition, marketing, since and ultimately what product has been prepared has to be accepted by the market and should be bought by the buyers, and then only in return the producer or the farmer is likely to get the monetary benefit out of that. So all these chains are interdependent on each other and has to be managed in such a way that whatever precautions or management practices has been taken turns into the monetary benefit to the producer or the supplier. So these are the main issues, and I thank Dr. Murthy Saab for touching upon several issues in the post-harvest management, including the present practices, traditional practices, the thermal and non-thermal processes or preservation techniques are available, including value addition and marketing potentials of different products that are being prepared in India, and also the export of such products from the Indian market. I thank you once again on my personal behalf and also on behalf of our university. Thank you for your very valuable suggestions and a very enlightening lecture in this brainstorming session. Thank you, sir.
Patanga sir.
Yes.
I think Dr. Bhatkar has raised a few issues. training for the aqua farmers, right, sir?
Yeah, correct. Training with regard to the quality problems that are asked by the buyers or the international buyers and all.
That's right, sir. That's right.
Yeah, especially harvesting time, it may be chill killing, it may be transportation, it may be usage of chemicals and all those things. I think we have MPDA aquaculture sector. We have one netfish MPDA. So those guys actually they're doing the training. Definitely, I'll bring this to the MPDA deputy director. So even we can join with them and we can train. It's not a big issue. So please kindly just send one mail to me or maybe MPDA DD. So it's easy for us to and clearly mention what are the issues you observe with the farmers. So it's easy for us to plan the programs.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So any other issue, Dr. Bhatkar, like farm registration, you have any problem with that, CAA or state requirement or anything like that?
Not really, but it is taking a lot of time for the license.
Because we have some issue with exporters when it comes to the farmers. Directly, the farmers can sell their product to the exporter. They're telling many farmers are not renewed their license, their farm registration and all those things. That issue is there. So that type of issue is there. Definitely, we can just discuss with the Commission of Fisheries or maybe MPD or Postal Authority. Something is there, please mention in your mail that also.
Right, sir.
Then comes something about Prathamesh. Prathamesh, are you there?
Prathamesh More,
yeah, he mentioned something about that trigger fish. Okay, so yeah, this is last 2 years. This is very specific, and it was not observed at all from last 2-3 decades. What we have seen, but last 2 years it's showing maximum catch. Initially, basically it comes through pufferfish family. But initially they were telling it contains pufferfish poison and all those things. Then CFT has collected a sample, analyzed the thing and all those things. So finally it was starting. It was going for fish meal production. Now many people are producing for the surimi also. So as far as meat is concerned, we don't have any issue with that. There is a different pigments in this fish where it is not exactly matched with your pink perch and other fishes. Other than that, we don't have any problem. So directly they can use for surimi production as well as fish meal production. Yes, vanishing of presence of triggerfish and shows the vanishing of other fishes. Yes, there is a big scope for that. CM4I scientists are working for the last 2 years. What is the exact reason for that? When the fish comes bigger catch, so there are no other fishes at all. So people say that this particular fish will make noise. So it will shout so that other fishes dura bhag jayega. Like that some fisherman is telling, but still it is under research. So as far as landing center improvement and all those things, yes, NFDB is working with full-fledged. Definitely this recommendation can grow with that. Dr. Patange can highlight all these points. So it can go with the Vice Chancellor to the NFDB, even our Department of Fisheries to Maharashtra as well as Central Ministry. So that it will be easy for us to make the guidelines whenever we look into that matter. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. And as Dr. Bhatkar also has pointed out one certain point where there we can think of an online trading, and several organizations are now being engaged for online trading of similar agricultural products. And on the same lines, I think if NFDB can take up some kind of initiative, we can have some buyer-seller meet or similar kind of meet where these things can be sorted out. I hope you agree with me, Dr. Murthy sir.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. So let it be. This is one point as a recommendation.
Yeah,
so kindly send on this recommendation through Vice Chancellor to the NFDB CEO. So we can take up that matter when it comes to discussion.
Okay.
Sir, one more point, sir. That I had appealed to hello.
Please. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I had appealed that some technology for live shrimp transport or live fish transport should be developed by post. So please, I appeal to you that to work on those lines.
I didn't get the point. You told something about live fish transportation?
Yeah, he talked about work on live fish transports.
Okay. Yeah, this is one area actually really we need to work on that. CFT is last 5 years we are working on that. Even SIPET Ludhiana also working on that. But what we SIPET Ludhiana has developed is only some 20 to 50 kilo capacity. We are going to make the facilities at least 500 kilo capacity at a time. So definitely I will touch with you. Please collect my number and email ID. So we can share some information with you. We can discuss what exactly you want to do, what are the fishes you want to do, where you want to send. That is again important. There is 6 hours journey, or 8 hours journey, or 2 hours journey. So based on that, we can help you. Already 50 kilo capacity is there, ready made is there. But we want to, make it a 500 kilo capacity. So for that, based on your requirement, we can work together. So that we can discuss later. Please collect my number and mail ID. We can discuss.
Okay. Well, thank you, Dr. Murthy, sir. I think now we have come to the conclusion of this particular brainstorming session. I request all of you to remain connected with us. And in a short time, I would like to sum up this program with the prominent highlights that have been emerged from various sessions of this program. Initially in the morning, the first session was addressed with the Department of Post-Harvest Management that's the Post-Harvest Management of Fruits, Vegetables and Flower Crops, where Mr. Vilas Shinde, who is the Chairman and Managing Director of the Sahyadri Farms, Nashik, had addressed several issues related to the post-harvest management of fruits and vegetables. He mentioned that the low productivity and the land area available for the fruits and vegetables cultivation poses a constraint, and as many farmers work on the small holdings. So the tremendous post-harvest losses of the produce in terms of qualitative and quantitative loss are the major issues in food processing. He also elaborated the need of establishing the pack house for fruits and vegetables in order to reduce the huge losses that occur to the tune of 20 to 25%. He also stated that the cold chain cold chain management is the single most important factor in reducing the post-harvest losses. Request for available
May I request Director of Research, sir, to present his remarks in this particular session. Director of Research, sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Swami. Since morning, we are engaged in this very important brainstorming session on post-harvest management issues, constraints, and way forward. Since morning, we are listening to various experts, speakers, as well as the entrepreneurs, various stakeholders. What I would suggest at the end, that the Associate Dean PGIPHM should now formulate a concrete action plan, and that action plan should include the priorities. The action plan with priorities. What are the action points? Let me quote one very important thing. I mean, how we should go further. See, in the morning, Mr. Mahajan, who is very experienced farmer in our region, he mentioned for the use of tender mango, or I may say immature mango. The thing is that as per your theory and as per your technology, you will say that only mature mango is suitable for processing. But challenge of this changing climate before us, we should develop a technology for the fruits which are not suitable for processing. That is the challenge behind us, before us. Say, for example, this year, right now, you are sitting in a hall and organizing a brainstorming session. Outside your hall, there is raining. Yesterday also it rained. Tomorrow also it will be raining. So the fate of this very important crop of region, which encompasses almost 2 lakh hectares and almost is spinning around 20 lakh thousand rupee, I mean 20,000 lakh, which include lot of employment generation, lot of money. I mean, sorry for my wrong figure, it is around 20 lakh crore rupees it is spinning. It is of course an estimate. So most of the fruits will set in the month of March. So by the end of April or May, the fruits will be some 60-65% mature. If we don't have a technology to convert that fruit or to use that fruit, there is a huge financial loss, which will not only affect the farmers, but also entire industry. Such changes will come in future and maybe many times. So therefore, we should mold our technology as per the changing climate or as per the need of farmers. Just now, the Associate Dean, we have interacted the farmers who visited the Director of Research Office for their problem of areca nut. That is a very genuine problem. These problems are out of box. How best we can help to solve these problems, that is a great challenge. So therefore, I would request you that you prepare an action plan with, of course, monitorable targets, as well as you put a time limit for it, considering the resources, considering the financial assistance. You should rank the priorities and accordingly you should proceed. Wherever you find a very important problem, very important thing to be tackled, say for example, what Mr. Mahajan mentioned, sago. So there we should give up the processing backup for that sago. So likewise, for all sessions, you work out with the actionable points, and wherever you find it a really, important thing, you should go for a externally funded project. Of course, all these projects, all these issues are very important for us. So I expect a precise action plan along with the time limit set when you prepare the final proceedings of this session. Thank you for giving me opportunity to share my views.
Thank you, Dr. Hardlankar sir, Director of Research, Dr. B.S. Konkan, Krishi Vidyapeeth, Dapoli, for your valuable suggestions about the action plan, about the whole brainstorming session, whatever we have conducted it to. May I request Dr. Bhave sir, Director of Extension Education, to put remarks on this occasion.
Actually, तर माझ्याकडे सेटिंग झालेलं होतं. अर्थात हीच परिस्थिती सगळीकडे असेल जसं नाही, पण ऑलमोस्ट सगळीकडे आहे सर. म्हणजे शिंतवतोय पाऊस. क्लाउडी वेदर तर सगळीकडेच आहे. कसं होतं काही वेळेला गेल्या 10-8 वर्षात 15 जानेवारीला आपल्याकडे फुल मोर भरात असायचा. फुल यावरती काहीच नाही. सुरुवात झाली होती तेवढं पावसाळा सेट घातलेल्या लागल्या होत्या जागेवरच थांबले. माझ्याकडे बघू असेल लांजात किती पडले पाऊस. We need to observe maximum precaution. The queue is found. बोला. बोला.
I welcome Dr. Bhave sir, Director of Extension Education of Dr. Balasaheb Sawant Krishi Vidyapeeth. I request Dr. Bhave sir to kindly give his remarks on organization of today's brainstorming session on the post-harvest management issues, constraints, and way forward. Dr. Bhave sir, please.
Thank you very much, Associate Dean, Post-Harvest Management College, Dr. Patange, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sawant, Honorable Director Research, Dr. Hardankar, Honorable Director Instructions, Dr. Narkede, all delegates and scientists and my colleagues. It's really pleasure me to have with you. And in fact, I was there in the morning session. Because of some meetings, I couldn't attend this session anyway. But the issues which you are addressed is having a great importance in agriculture. As a matter of fact, what Kaka Mahajan was saying, almost 20% losses are there, that is of the processed food, and 25% losses are there of the fresh produce, processed produce and fresh produce. Almost 45% is there. As far as the cases of Indian agriculture is there in general and Maharashtra in particular, almost 40% losses are there. And when we talk in terms of the 40% losses of fruits and vegetables during raw conditions only or fresh conditions only, the matter looked to be very seriously. As far as when we talk in terms of the doubling farmer incomes, if we could save these, that will be a great boon for our agriculture. I know the task is not easy. When we say find out the problems and solutions, I believe that whatever the problems are there, problems comes with the solution, and not a single problem is there which don't have solution. Only the matter of how to tackle it, how to look into, how to look at is most important. As Mauli is saying, Mauli used to say, that is our Dhaneshwar Mauli say, तरी अवधान एकले दीजे मग सर्व सुखाशी पात्र हो जे, तरी अवधान एकले दीजे मग सर्व सुखाशी पात्र हो जे, हे प्रत्योत्तर माझे उघडा ऐका. What you want to say is, when you concentrate at a certain point, when you concentrate towards a problem nicely, there is not a single problem which cannot be tackled. And therefore, we have to see in that angle. I think farmers like say Mahajan, Kaka and other many farmers are there. We have to involve them. Say, I don't know whether Corona is curse or blessings. For as agriculture, Konkan agriculture is concerned, I treat it little bit as a blessing because reverse migration is already started. The Mumbai-based people, now they have come to our back to their own lands. And now we need to we have to give certain employment to their hands. As Mahatma Gandhi or Bapuji used to say, no doubt there should be production, but there should be employment to the hands of the people. उत्पादकता चाहिए, लेकिन उत्पादकता के साथ में लोगों के हाथ में काम भी चाहिए. उसी तरह if we go by this way, definitely I think this process industry will help a lot to the people, and there the scientists have a major role and they have to find out the solution. I'm really happy that will come different deliberations come out through this brainstorming will definitely help to get some directions for newer research vision. Thank you very much for calling me over here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bhave sir, for your kind and guiding remarks on the concluding mode of this particular brainstorming session. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Markets 9. पण आता ते चांगलं नाही दिसलं.
नारकडे सर मीटिंग मध्ये असणार व्हाईस चान्सलर साहेबांबरोबर.
हो सर.
इंजिनिअरिंग कॉलेजमध्ये इंजिनिअरिंग कॉलेजच्या संदर्भातली मीटिंग चालू आहे, तिकडे असणार ते.
कॉल कर दीजिए।
Thank you once again, all the members and various students, faculty members who had participated in this particular brainstorming session. I would like to sum up once again some of the prominent points of this particular workshop, where initially in the first session, we had expert lecture from Shri Vilasji Shinde, who is the chairman and managing director of the Sahyadri Farms, Nashik, and he has spoken on several technologies that are available for the post-harvest management of fruits, vegetables, and flower crops. And since he has been actively engaged in the actual practice of production and marketing and exports of these particular products in the post-harvest management of fruits, vegetables, and flower crops. And this particular session has been very important in acquiring the recent trends and advances that are being utilized for post-harvest management of fruits, vegetables, and flower crops. In the second session of post-harvest management of food grains and seeds and post-harvest engineering, Dr. Sanjay Dash, who is the Dean of College of Agriculture, Engineering and Technology, Bhubaneswar, had given a very in-depth insight onto different issues related to processing of different food grains. Please, whosoever is speaking, please mute your mic. This has been a very useful insight for framing the practices that are available for the post-harvest management of food grains and seeds. And this has been a very useful and enlightening talk given by Dr. Dash. In the third session on the post-harvest management of medicinal aromatic plantation and spice of the forest crops, we had dealt in detail a good lecture from Shri Nirmal Babu, the former director of the Indian Institute of Spice Research, Kozhikode, wherein he had given a very good insight on the post-harvest management and especially the post-harvest quality aspects and value addition with respect to the spices of the Indian origin and the current trends of practices being followed for maintenance of good food safety and quality management of these particular crops from India. In the fourth section of post-harvest management of fisheries and aquaculture, Dr. Murthy, the principal scientist and scientist in charge of the Mumbai Research Center of Central Institute of Fisheries Technology, Cochin, he had given detailed information on the post-harvest management practices that are traditionally being followed, including the recent advances in the management practices with respect to the cold chain, then the value addition, then different recent technologies with regard to the thermal and non-thermal processes, and also the value addition. And this has given a very good insight into the present practices and the management practices that may be useful for solving the problems and issues related to the post-harvest management of the aquaculture and fish products. So I must say that this particular brainstorming session has been very fruitful for getting an insight into the actual practices that are being followed. And I'm sure that we'll be able to prepare a very good plan for the next 5 or 10 years, a visionary plan that will be prepared for the precise action to be taken with regard to the priorities of research that to be undertaken by the different departments of Postgraduate Institute of Post-Harvest Management. As conveyed by Honorable Vice Chancellor of our university, since Sir has been busy in an important another meeting, and with his kind consent, we would like to conclude this particular brainstorming session. Thank you all once again for your valuable suggestion and participation in this particular program. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Dr. Patangi? Dr. Patangi? Dr. Patangi?